Hello, Blender folks. Welcome and welcome back. This is Pxy-STREAM. So today we're gonna make something a bit different. We're gonna make from scratch an experimental skeleton, it's a puppeteering skeleton. That means it's very smooth to pose, or it has some versatility that most rigs, at least in Blender system, doesn't have, because this kind of rig, I call it the CrazyRig, uses auto IQ option, a pose option, which we can find here on pose mode. So I have a shortcut, Alt X, to disable it. We can, yeah, there's other things, but essentially this is the auto IQ option. So this rig only works with this, and apparently there are features about auto IQ option which are underdeveloped, and they could be super developed in the near future with maybe even add-on makers, maybe even myself with some AI assistant. So we could make grand ephemeral rigging features in Blender from this, because auto IQ option, it's already ephemeral rigging. Apparently it creates some sort of inbuilt, it was hard coded in C apparently, but it can be remade in Python as well, and then from this perspective we could improve its features, make it work differently. It creates an temporary IK bone constraint on pose mode. So you see it with the mouse wheel button. Let's get here the view. There's the thing here. Sorry folks, there's the screencast. Okay, screencast keys, extensions. Okay, we have with the mouse wheel scroll up and down, we can augment the I key length. And so you see, this is something that not even I key bone constraint can do. But then some people will say, and it's half true, that it's quite limited auto IQ option. You can't, but this is a mistake, a huge mistake. That I thought it was true, but it's fake news, folks. Actually, the auto IQ option can do hand pinning. No, it's not here. Hold on. Okay, something is not. Oh, it's just my chain length is 1. Okay, in very specific conditions, we can do hand pinning. So I can pin this hand, I can pin both hands, I can pin the foot, just as the I key bone constraint. So how good this thing is. It's incredible, actually. And we can, for example, let's do this, all right. Oh, that about rotation. Yeah, turns out we can grab with auto IQ option, rotate, so GR combo, R again to trackball, and there you see. Oh, I want to pin here. You see there's a little glitch here. G again, and that resets. Well, there's some. Okay, some things here I want to report those things, but usually this works. Maybe I did some mistake in the chain length, but that doesn't matter. So let's do this again. Let's pin here. I grab this. GR, R again for the truck ball, and there we go. We can also RX, right? RZ, right? RY. So you see the hand is pinned, and this is the typical behavior. When you pull the I key target, yeah, it comes all together. Or maybe not the I key. Yeah, the I key target, in case it's parented to, or at least the hand, right? Maybe not the I key target. It depends. So here we don't have any I key bone. So fix. Strangely, there is some double resettings here. So, okay, some things are unusual after I got Blender 5.0, but doesn't matter. It was working fine. I think it's just that I need to. So this thing is very powerful, and like less than 1% of riggers and animators, I guess, know about this. So imagine if this feature works. So the reason this works is because this rig is very special. These bones are left unparented. You see, there's no offset parenting event on them. They are left unparented, just like that. So it's very unorthodox, and this allows us to use the auto IQ option in a way that we can make it mimic the main feature of the IQ bound constraint, well, one of the main features, which is the pin joint. If we don't have this, every time we'll get moving the let's say the what would be the foot target here, or the hand IQ target here, so we could never have the hand pinned. But unfortunately, currently the IQ auto IQ option is limited. It needs this unparented. If we connect parenting, the effect stops. We can't reproduce. If the chain is connected parent, well, it will depend on the last bone in the skeleton, right? If it is disconnected or unparented, then it will cause different results if we pose it, for example. So these ones are all the last bones in a certain chain. So even the head here is separated. And for head pinning, this is very tricky to do. Head pinning with IQ bound constraint is garbage, but we can do it. Yeah, then we need a custom property to switch it. Otherwise, we have some problems with the spine. Yeah, it's problematic, right? So and here there is an alternative way to, yeah, here's the bone, right? There's an alternative way to, wait, something, okay, need to enable. Okay, so I have this, right? So this is the auto IQ on demand, right? There is a way to build a skeleton where we can, this is even better than what I have here, but I couldn't reproduce it yet. In this, I have another skeleton that is more which is more old school, but it uses half some of these features. So, for example, we can also pin the fingers by just, say, not pin fingers, pin fingers. But it's just the first bone in the IQ chain from its tail joint. Only this joint can pin and not any other joint. So so this is a problem. It's it's a limitation, because you need to pose exactly this bone in order to have the pinning work. And the auto IQ length, let's say, needs to be exactly different than 1. If it is 1, for some reason, it fails. You say it doesn't work, but if I augment to 2, now it works. And it works with rotation. So, actually, GR. And then we validate, and G, and there we go. So this time's the glitch fixed and didn't re-glitch. So, head pinning, it will be like this. I'm still trying to... yeah, there's a... Okay, here. Not head pinning. Alright, so we can... alright, so anyways, let's build this skeleton. This was too long, sorry. Let's build it from scratch for this character. Although I don't have the... Yeah, she has the deforms, but the vertex groups, but not the actual bones for it. So we're gonna build from scratch that CrazyRig for this one. Are you seeing this? I think you are. Yes. Okay, we are seeing it. So let's start to build it. So this could be didactic for if you're learning rigging, like you can learn from this workflow here that I'm gonna make. So here I'm gonna add a new armature. Let's place it here. Let's call it armature CrazyRig Dorothy, because it's like a CrazyRig with a more realistic character. Yeah, it's stylized, it's cartoon, it's anime, I don't know, but it's stylized. It is a character that is not very simple. So it's the first time that I'm gonna connect the CrazyRig with actual more complex rigged model. So we need to rig, but maybe we're gonna do, yeah, we'll try to do. So in front, the armature, then texture to wire, and that is it. So this will be the root bone, although I'm not gonna use so Rx, where is the screencast keys? All right, this is fine. So Rx negative 90, okay, validate. So then we got this one. This is the root bone. We're gonna place, because of the character design, how the way I've made this character. Okay, let's snap this to. So this is a shortcut for the snapping options. You can assign shortcut for that. So it's, for me, it's like a control backslash near the Z key. So there's got grid or increment. Okay, then GZ. Let's snap here. Okay, let's change this color viewport here. Display as, yeah, armature octahedral for all, yeah, base the octahedral. Then here we got for root bone, let's pick this black one, and so I'm gonna call f2 root. Okay, the skeleton here has a distractive name, so let's just the skeleton, which is object data. Okay, so let's do this, right? Okay, so here we got skill. Okay, now scale is better. Okay, so now we got to, so this will cause problem. We cannot use this bone as an offset parent for the rest of the rig, or we might be ruining certain features, I believe. However, we can do these relationships with special bone constraints combos, and we're gonna be doing this for the whole rig. Okay, so let's start by maybe the torso. The torso is not the simplest part, right? But we can, since it's the center, it might be useful. I'm not gonna go for precision with the mesh here, because especially not with the hands, because this is too much time consuming, the fingers. But we're gonna try our best for, so there, for a control rig, there might be a relevant thing to do about having the spine start straight. Or maybe not. No, maybe not. This was for the I key bone constraint of the head, another rig, so it doesn't matter. So let's reset these rows here, just in case. Okay, they already reset. We're gonna change here. I have my reference here, so we'll check for the colors. So you need to create this bone here. So it has a custom shape. We have some custom shapes here. Just gonna reuse it. So this will be like the base hips, right? So control. Yeah, actually not. This is we call it command. I don't have a special name for it right now. For now it's command, because it's something that we pose, like command command hip or command torso, maybe upper torso. No, command spine. Yeah, because this is for spine up, and then we have hips down, hips downward, spine upward. So there's different ways to think about this, so I haven't figured the best way for this color. Maybe there's not. We have to sacrifice something. It will be very tricky. So for now, I'm gonna do the setup that I know that works well for this armature, the CrazyRig. Okay, so we're gonna make this into not this. We're gonna actually call it a. Actually, we're gonna delete the bone again. We're gonna shift D here. We're gonna reset, rotate here. It doesn't matter the position here. We're gonna leave it like that. Yeah, pointing upwards, because this is gonna be useful. We're gonna change its color. So I'm using a special color here, which is the preference here. It's themes viewport, or is a theme, so you can have bone color set. So for example, I customized this one, so it's a color that is better. So just do whatever here. There's a pattern here, but I can't really, it's not easy for me to reproduce there are some changes in value in the position here, and other changes are just there. So okay, so I have this color set here, then we're gonna, no, not this, so we're gonna maintain it here. We're gonna make this bone having a special shape, so it will be easier to differentiate. It will be nice if we have, okay, so this bone will be left unparented, and so here we can use this trick here. We're gonna show header. No, we don't want this, so we're gonna pin this to this to the armature here, to the, yeah, to this armature object, the one that was selected. I just want to bring this up here, so the relation, so you can see the parent relation of the selected bone immediately, right? So no parent here, this is correct. We won't parent this to offset to the root, so we're gonna call it command spine. Yeah, so now we're gonna extrude some bones here, and these will be locker bones. They are specific, so this will be easier if we make them into something like that. So they will be akin to, there'll be some sort of mechanism bones. We're gonna use this color here, and for the bone length, this is important, because if there's not a pattern for this, this can be very, very annoying. So let's try to make them as small as possible. No, this is too small, right? So maybe this, no, I guess this should work. Yeah, so something like that, so they are not very annoying, right? So what we can do, maybe we're gonna extrude Z, extrude Z, extrude Z. I don't remember how much. The amount of them depends on, this is because the feature, the auto IQ option, is underdeveloped. So if they had an in-root solution for that, it would be great. So we don't want because the parenting, this needs to, the last bone in the IQ chain, this will be this one, would need to be unparented. So these ones, they need to be as protectors to against an extended auto IQ length. When we are posing, for example, here I have an auto IQ length of, let's say, no, actually let's pick the head here, right? So auto IQ length of 5, so we can reach there, but this just have 3 bones. So if I pick this with this auto IQ length and pick this simultaneously to do some fancy thing like this, which can be useful, right? Then you see that the extension here goes a bit too much above in the parenting hierarchy, and this can cause trouble. These bones are IQ locked, so they can't be posed, but still that can cause some interference. Same thing here. So these bones they are all locked in transforms. This cannot, yeah, we can lock, but it doesn't, we can't pose them anyways directly. And beyond that, they have this IQ inverse kinematics parent. They have these IQ locks, and that's all. So same as this one, right? So because this is left unparented and not even disconnected parent, it's unparented anyways, so it's different than these one, which are connected parents. So they cannot be posed here by location directly. We need to do this indirectly, either by their parent, but the parent is also locked, either by an auto IQ behavior, right? But since they, right? So this can trigger some issues sometimes. So this is why we needed to have a blocking system, but Blender didn't made it yet. They didn't realize that this could be useful. That some crazy guy in some part of the world would be using to the limits these incredible features. the auto IQ option, and that this is the future actually, in my opinion. Like they are breaking their skulls to digging deep into solutions, like you have to use Unreal game engine or some other Cascadeur, I don't know, with some other software that are doing groundbreaking solutions. But here in Blender you already have it, you just need to slightly develop it a bit more. You can, so what will be great would be the besides the auto I key length, an auto F key length, which I could pin on demand on the other direction. Like imagine, so I want to pin this, not just the hand there. I want to pin the elbow too. So yeah, like right. I've made a proposition in Blender, auto I key, for this feature, and a lot of other fixes, but maybe there's no way. I have to make an add-on myself on my own, because with but I'm not a developer, but apparently the AI assistants, if you have patience enough, then you can build something, right? Okay, so yeah, let's go back. Sorry folks. So this is okay. So we have this one, so we're gonna make them all to have the same bone length here. So I had just 2, right? So maybe 2 would be just enough, right? Not sure why, but okay, let's copy to selected, right click, there we got this. And so these ones don't matter, we delete them. Okay, it's hard to select those bones. So here we got Control F2, batch rename, B for bones, and then we got here, we're gonna change this to, instead of root, we're gonna make lock. So there'll be like yeah, also we're gonna Control F2 again. Let's delete this, strip characters, and hold shift for this 2, right? And digit punctuation and delete that. So get rid of, so you have the first and the second. So actually this is not good, because we also need to add some so instead of lock, we're gonna lock, but lock spine, right? Good. So this is for the spine, because we'll need to have this everywhere. So first thing, we're gonna pick them, all those ones, go on pose mode. Let's lock everything here. Let's make sure they are reset. Yeah, they are. Alt Q, it's a clean reset, right? Clear transforms. You can create a shortcut here, right? Right click, right? Change shortcut, assign shortcut. So Alt Q for me, so you get everything reset, right? In all transforms, rotation, scale, location. Okay, so here we got this locked, so we forgot the scale. Yeah, hold Alt. Maybe let's do all over again. Hold Alt, there we go. And now we're gonna make sure they also have the, select all, let's make sure they also have the inverse kinematics panel. Let's bring this closer here, just for this. Usually I don't leave it that up, but hold Alt, and there we go. And if you're not sure, right click, copy to selected, copy all to selected. No, I don't see it, so maybe that should work. Yeah, anyways, they all have the lock. So this is all, they are not gonna be affected by auto I keep posing. You see, these are locked even, so this will probably won't make any difference, but just to make sure, I'm gonna get them there. So I'm gonna save here, and now we're gonna continue extruding the spine. So now this is the real spine. So this is a little problem. We need to get just the joint there, the tail, and we're gonna scale. We gonna position this. So this bone, I'm gonna start making some yeah, some, let's reset the clear roll, right? Here we're gonna make some Shift Control Alt A for B bone scale, X gonna just have this strange shape, right? Then we gonna change its color, so the control bones, they'll have a viewport display, they'll have this color. And then we're gonna change this to control spine. Actually, yeah, it's hip or spine. Well, this is complicated, right? So this is hips because, okay, it's the, but we can, there are different ways to handle this thing. We can have an extra hips sway bone that would be able to do. So if we want to reset these strange things, we go here and B bones, they are here. We can copy here, so we get this reset. Okay, so this will be the spine. Control spine. We're gonna place it more or less, I think here would be adequate. And then we're gonna go for the upper chest. For the chest, yeah, so this could be even bendy bones, right? Not too bad, right? We can make it into, and this will also gonna distort a little. So shift control alt A, yes, and X. Yeah, this something like this. Yeah, why not? So it's a bit weird. Something like here, and we're gonna call it control chest. Yeah, then here we got gonna make them into B bones. Yeah, so just segments, hold alt. Let's add 5 segments here, or maybe just 3 segments. That should be good enough already. Of course, if we this rotation here is a bit bad, we need some sort of, because here it's on automatic, right, on the start handle, so maybe we should leave it something like this. Or maybe we could have just a bone to be a handle here, so we can make it more curvy, right? So for now, let's do this trick without target. The rest is automatic, that's fine. Then we need the neck, but now the neck, will the neck be part of the spine or a separated thing? This is a good question. But then this will never tried, to be fair. So I'm gonna extrude here, and here we got the neck. Actually could place it here. Yeah, so I'm gonna call it control neck. Also gonna become a B bone. 3 will be fine. And then it is connected. Yeah, so we're gonna now this will be a different thing. We'll have gonna extrude anyways. Just move up. Let's reset clear our roles. This is just for positioning. Let's snap this to snap into the grid, not to anything else there. So we're gonna, for this one, we're gonna start doing different. Actually, I started wrong, right? So we're gonna clear parent, right? We're gonna shift D. We're gonna make it something like this. Not sure this is a good one, actually. It's also too big, right? So yeah, so I have a problem here with the, we need to use something like this, right, in order to but let's, yeah, there's the idea we could give these let's first, before I decide anything like this, we're gonna just give it a, on pose mode, we're just gonna give it a custom property so it will be easier to grab. So I need a viewport display. So this, I hate this transform, is not okay. So let's do, because I'm using bendy bones, okay, relations, this is super important, even more than deform for me. Usually this is how I organize this stuff. Okay, viewport also maybe here. Yeah, something like that. Then viewport. So here we're gonna sphere. I have a widget already that is sphere that we can use this. So let's get this yeah, scale here, and here we can make like 0.5 our pattern here, and that's it. This could be arbitrary. Okay, so what we have here is to start with is that if we enable auto IK option with pose mode, so Alt X for me, so here we can do this, right? That's pretty nice, right? And even can do this, right? But the head is not following, right? Because we disconnect on purpose. However, look at this. If I grab this bone, okay, the bone cannot move, right? So this is not a good example right now, but if you see that I'm pinning because my auto IK length is different than 1. If it's 1, it's weird, right? But if it's 0, it's infinite. If it's 2, it's already working. 3 is working even more, and 4 even more, because there are 4 bones. Maybe there's even more than 4 bones. No, it's of course it starts counting from here. First bone in the IK chain, second, third, 4. So it needs a 4. Even though there are 2 more bones here, the lock 2 of these ones, but it's counting from here. So this is why it works best when we have 4 an extensive enough auto IK length. So you see we have, and we can bend in the other direction. It's not too hard. We need to spread and then repose. So this can work with auto IK with IK bone constraint, unless the like spontaneously like this, only if I'm not wrong, only if the bones in the IK chain for the IK bone constraint are straight. But the auto IK option doesn't need this. The bones can be that like that, and you can still have like a more freedom of bendiness. It's a bit tricky, but actually once you get used to it, it's very simple. So side, right? You see, it's very good, very good. Very, so I call it a more puppeteering way of. And of course, in the this also works for IK bone constraint. If you pose or make some rotations here, then you can invert. But this is not optimal, right? You have to. It also works, right? So sometimes you want to fix it. But the auto IK option allows this in more ways. So you can do the same and you can do more, and you don't need the chain to be straight. Of course, if the chain is straight, it's easier to do the stretching. It's already stretched by default. But yeah, so there's, I'm struggling with this spine here. I'm not sure why, but the fact is that it is working. Okay, so I'm gonna reset this. We're gonna re-enable this, because this bone will be controlled by let's say a torso bone. So we're gonna use something like here, and we're gonna the orientation of this bone, I'm not sure right now, so I'm gonna change this. We're gonna place this into vertex. We're gonna pin into the vertex of the bones, because there's not include non-edited disabled, so that means that only the armature object is targeted, not and its data, its bones, its joints, and not the mesh stuff. All right, so here we can scale this down. Should this orientation be like that? I'll leave it like that, because for now it will make a difference. Yeah, let's leave it like that anyways. The position maybe doesn't matter too much right now, so we're gonna leave it here for simplicity. Let's change it to maybe this one, right? So we're gonna call it master torso for now. And we're gonna use this bone, also left unparented. Wait, actually this one could probably parent to the root. Yeah, because this is not a bone that will be part of the auto IQ option manipulations directly, right? Although we could make more different stuff here, but let's try to see if that works. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna select this, select this, and shift control C. We're gonna add some combo here. So this is the first time we're gonna make a, I use post space instead of word place. I think it's more consistent. Word space, it can affect, essentially they would do the most things for like 99% of the cases maybe. But when you have word space, you are defining that the post space is like the armature object, which you don't see here. It's here, it's this axis here. You can look at them from here. Yeah, but I have a shortcut for this. Yeah, shift control 3. Okay, so same as I have for control 3 for the axis there. So you can also, yeah, you can have, yeah, I have this for names, I have axes, I have shapes, yeah, and colors I don't use, but yeah, you can do a lot of things in the UI. Okay, so now let's go back here and let's get the yeah, so this thing. So we need also a copy rotation. So this is post space, so instead of word space. So word space is like if you have water, floor, stuff like that, then word space would work more specifically to those objects. It's related to the environment, right? So I call world. That's why maybe gravity, you want a bone that relates to gravity, so world space. Otherwise, post space will be more straight, more direct. Okay, more inclined to how the armature object thinks. Okay, and not how the world thinks. Okay, if that makes any sense. But as I say, it doesn't really matter. Just for me, I think it's more organized. There are propositions to make this the default, actually. Okay, so copy rotation. So what we want here is different. So what it's doing is that now, notice that, okay, this is moving by as F key, but if I click here, I have reverse I key, reverse inverse kinematic. And this bone is still left unparented. So that means that I can still pin the joint, but to pin the tail joint of the first bone in the IK chain, I need to grab, yeah, I need to grab the multiple selection. There's no other way. If I pick this, doesn't work. If I pick this, doesn't work. It needs to be the last bone in the IK chain that I need to grab alongside, and then this is the trick that allows for the pinning. So this could be a hand, but there is something special about it. You see, it's not the head of the bone, it's the tail of the bone. So that means that in order to make a full head pinning, I cannot pin, or a hand pinning, I need to make sure that the joint ends at the right place and not, so it's not very intuitive, but we can do it. All right, so here we have our we have made our first one, and you see how this works. The limitation here that I don't have in another rig more is that if I would love to have it, but I don't know how to make it with this requirement here for the, because this is mainly for head pinning, but we can do maybe the head pinning in some other way. I'm not sure. If we can connect, I know a way to connect elegantly the spine with the lower torso, so they will be connected bones structures, and then we can do reverse I key, where we can do I key and reverse I key for the legs and the torso simultaneously. It's very interesting, but I couldn't find a way to do this. It's a way more complicated project. It was already very complicated to do it on my original car. Let me show what this is. Yeah, allow me to show this. So you have the Blender 4.5.4 LTS, then you have the Dorothy. Okay, so here we got, so what I mean is this. So I grab this and I can extrapolate here. You see that the spine is bending, but the legs also are bending. So it's I key here, but it's reverse I key for the legs when we start to have some resistance here. Okay, anyways, that's what I mean. So this is work, and also I have this hip sway, and yeah, so this is it will be that bone, this, which is in this case is left, yeah, this parent offset. So but if I clear the parent here, so this would work just as one of those bones. That means that this bone would by default enable pinning of everything that is connected. So it's like the top of the head, the hands, and the feet. I'm not sure why, but yeah, because it stops here, I guess. But anyways, the problem, yes, you see the pinning in the tail of the head is not good. This is why this is why we need to separate the head. So this is not a bad behavior, right? But it's not necessarily what we want for head pinning, in my opinion. Would like to have both head pinnings and no head pinning at all, but it's like one will be neck pinning and the other head pinning, right? Or yeah, it depends how we call the thing, right? But it's very different, the tail and the head, right? So this spine is connected. It's a very tricky setup, but I used a setup like this for what I was doing for the head, but this is in the CrazyRig. So anyways, it's not too complicated, it's just tricky. This is not the topic here. So but maybe I'd like to test that here. Okay, so now we have this. We're gonna need to build more stuff here. We need to build let's do something here. Okay, so this already placed there for the head. We're gonna this will be a bone equivalent. Yeah, so this is left unparented, so we're gonna change it to a stick. We're gonna change its color to here, so where it is, this Control Shift V, right? It's the copy to select. Gonna assign a shortcut for this, right? And then right click onto right click, right? Then we got here Control Shift V, Control Shift V, why not? And Control Shift V here. And so now this is a bone that is left unparented. We're gonna make some manipulations here, just this bone, maybe about here. This bone, I don't know why it will be selected. Selecting it doesn't have any feature currently differently from this one. So this is like more it's just there so that it exists, right? You can make it pretty small because this is like probably not gonna use it. And maybe I find a use for that. It will depend on whatever thing there's here, but I haven't found any way to do this. So what we're gonna do here is that we need also, yeah, I'll have to make some other features here, because this needs to be very small. We want to select our reset row. We want to have same things. We want these lockers, right? So we're gonna, yeah, why not select both, Shift D, and let's just move them at that basis. Actually, this is Shift S selection like this. So maybe it was not necessary. So we're gonna double click here, lock spine. So they are, instead of spine, we call them head, and we're gonna do this and strip characters. We'll need more of these actually. So I think I have 7 for the head here. It's a lot of like pyramid. So 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yeah, so 6 plus 1, right? So Saf is safe, but lock is better. So making some updates here. So we're gonna have to duplicate on edit mode even more. Let's try to snap them to individual. No, it's not working. Maybe I need to have this active and no. Okay, it's an bounding box. No. All right, so let's hide some bunch of things here. Oh yeah, this bone is badly positioned, right? So let's do this and Shift D 7, right? We're missing 1, and we're gonna, now things seem to be fine, except that, yeah, here I'm not sure if there'll be a, we can try this with no pose mode. They are all locked, right? So we'll see if this works or not. So if it doesn't work, it's because I think it's just the rotation. Yeah. If I pick this and auto IQ option, augment, no, something. Yeah, it's because of the, yeah, it's annoying to be. Okay, they are not working because the connections are not ready. Yeah, we need to connect everything, right? So this one is okay. This one to this one to this one is okay. This one to this one is not okay. This one to this one is okay. This one to this one is not okay. And probably this is okay because they were couples, right? No, this is not okay. All right. So let's have this one to this one connected. This one to this one, yes. This one to, okay, so I believe now this is good. So they are locked, so we can't pose anything, but I think if we turn this off, that should be sufficient. No, so I don't know why they are not. Ah, of course. Something here failed. I was holding Alt. No bone constraints? No bone constraints. So I don't know what's going on, folks. It should, in principle. Oh yeah, maybe it's because of this, right? Still not, so very, very weird. It should. Okay, something else is locking them, and I don't know what it is. Like they remain loyal to their purpose. I don't know. They go nuts, I think. but it doesn't matter. That should work. And now we gonna extrude from here. Or actually, we have bone here, so this one will actually be, yeah, okay. So this is tricky, but this is a interesting thing. So we're gonna connect this control head. So this is a trick. This is not gonna control the head, actually. This is actually gonna control the spine. If we make, see, it's exactly on this joint here, the base of the head. However, yeah, I think this is how it should work, right? Then we gonna, yeah, just let's get this thing, augment this a little. All right, so now what we're gonna do is that here we're gonna make a real bone for the head. So we're gonna shift D, we're gonna make this. So this one will become, yeah, so this one will become shift alt B. This is my shortcut for changing the display type per bone. This will be the octahedral, and we're gonna make it in an I key. So this will be like I key head. Yeah, it wasn't called I key, but yeah, I key head. It's not necessarily I key, it's actually master. I don't have a name for this because it's also F key. It's not, it's like a main head. Okay, so main head. So what this does is that, okay, this bone will be connected to the this, and we're gonna, yeah, select all, reset these things. We're gonna just reallocate this thing, right? And now we're gonna make, this is another setup. Maybe I don't care about it right now, but okay, if I try to pose this, what I'll have is that if I use auto IQ option with this head bone, nothing happens because everything there, you see, even if I augment the, it doesn't change anything, right? So those things are locked. But if I grab only this bone, we see what we can achieve, right? So the idea here is to pick both of them. If I want to pose the head, I can do this, or yeah, I should do this, but with auto I key or not, it doesn't matter. But if I want to do I key spine with the head, then I can grab both, and then I can pose like this. The problem right now is that the setup is not completed, but you see, the head mesh should follow this bone. It's not a deformed bone, but yeah, the deformed bone will follow this one and not this one. But because these bones, they will move mostly in sync, we'll be able to translate this into an I key into an I key torso, I key spine, right, with the head. So to do this, we need to complete this. There are some questions here that I'm still digging, but in principle that should be fine. Maybe there's something more to develop, so it's not perfect, I think, not yet. Maybe it cannot be perfect, but in this system, but I think it is interesting. So we're gonna get here, no rig is perfect, right? You cannot rig pose animate mentally. So that is like not yet, not for concrete stuff. On your mind, of course, we can do, but not if you're an animator. But or if you have experience with this or some intuition, then but the software cannot read it, so the rig is limited, right? Cannot read your mind. But it could maybe in the future, so why not? That's why we don't know. There are unknowns of the future, of course, and of the present, things that may exist, may be plausible, may be possible, but we don't know. No one have invented. No one have thought. Okay, so we need to do this to have the same features of this one. So it's just what we can do here is just use this, and then we're gonna. Oh yeah, I forgot this one. Okay, sorry. So here we go back. So how this works? We need to make this bone use a. I think the solution here, yeah, replace. Okay, I'll have a check here just to make sure. So replay. No, okay, it's a fake parenting setup. Okay, with a local with parent target, and here the custom space for the pivoting. So this is like a offset parenting, but it's just for the rotation. So if you split like this, it won't work, of course. No, not of course, it's complicated, but usually we can't do this but because the purpose of this rig is different, the setup here is different. So there is the possibility. So this is simple, right? Straightforward. Okay, maybe head or tail, depending. You see that this is for the... Yeah, but this is just because of the position of this bone, so it doesn't matter. But sometimes we might want... Oh, you know, this one doesn't have the copy rotation so far. This is very peculiar. Yeah, just copy location. So some want the copy. Okay, also custom space. So I've been messing around here. So head, tail, yeah, tail of the mechanism. Head, no. No. This is incorrect. Yeah, there's a problem here. So, this is actually for the neck, right? Should be for the neck, right? Yeah, all seems wrong here. I don't know how this thing is working, but this was not the version I was working on lately on Blender 5. This was an old, even Blender 4.5 LTS version. So here we got the... yeah, okay, so let's complete this. So I know now we want the same target here, master torso, and we want the local with parent because it's left unparented. So we want it to be fully responsive to the, as if it was a parent, and then replace, or no, before regional. Okay, so now when we rotate, now it follows up properly. I'm not sure if replace it's not gonna work because it will replace the, it depends on the bone orientation. So we want before regional. So this is stacking, so it will be, maybe it can cause some problems, but in principle I seen that this works. Okay, and my setup is like that. So here, so why this happened? Because of the locking. You see, this bone shouldn't be allowed to move like that, so we need to lock. Gonna reset everything here just to make sure. We're gonna lock here. Apparently we have some problems here. We're gonna go for the inverse kinematics. Well, strangely I was able to... Okay, no, what's happening is, okay, so this is the why we need the lockers. You see, I'm able to, if I extend the auto I key length, I get some glitched results there. It's not glitched, it's just because I'm posing this with the extended. So we need many of these locks to prevent these accidents to happen. So I just want to stop it here, and that's it. So there, it doesn't matter if we have these things, as long as I don't extrapolate the chain. So this is why as many of those locks we get, if we pose on the lock, in principle the problem is not occurring, because this bone has rotated now. although not on local coordinates, right? But it seems to be glitched out, right? So I don't know. Anyways, the fact is that it's even worse if we don't get these things. You see, it's not allowed to move, but it moves, or it's glitchy, right? So it should now nothing happens because it's not rotated. But if it's rotated from here, it follows up, right? And then you see that it wants to reset, right? But at the same time, it is reposing my stuff. So to stop this craziness, we just need to not include this bone in the auto key length. So I'd like the system that just understands, oh, this is locked, stop the chain there, the auto key length there. You can't go past that no matter what is around. So that will be crucial to improve this rig. Otherwise, I need a lot of those lockers. Maybe this is not enough, but okay, anyways. So then we got, okay, so now we need to do the same for this bone. So we're gonna use this. Actually, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna, here a little trick, we're gonna disable temporarily this thing so we don't have, when we Shift Alt C, when we replicate these constraints, copy constraints is a shortcut, Shift Alt C, so when we replicate, they don't copy the target. Well, they copied everything, even the target, so the bone will stack there. It could be very confusing sometimes. So now, before we enable, we just change this this stuff. So the tail of the neck, let's enable it. Yeah, the tail of the neck. And for the same thing here, we want the rotation of the neck and the neck here. Never forget this one if we are using these custom spaces. And now that means that the tail of the neck is the location for that, right? So now we can control, this bone is not controlling this, but it's indirectly controlling because it is auto keying the right, it's auto keying the whole spine, and then this thing connects to the spine through not parenting relation, but through this fake parenting setup specific to the this puppeteering skeleton. So if I grab this, and now the trick is that if I grab this, both of them simultaneously, I can have, without any offsetting in principle, I can control. They don't need to offset. We can probably do even better if we, so this is a proposition, we might be able to do even better if we get like for this bone a new feature in Blender 5. I can't confirm this, but maybe this is good. Circle, so widget circle, we're gonna pick this with the bone length actually. So where is this length? Exactly that bone length. Then we go here and gonna get this translation, take off the meters, and exactly there. And now we're gonna, yeah, maybe got this here, and we're gonna affect gizmo and use as pivot. Well, it doesn't say, okay, of course I need to use this. And actually, let's reset this. We don't need this. So we're gonna affect, yeah, uses pivot, but it's not exactly where we want, right? Well, it could work, right? But we could do, what you can do is just this. Gonna edit mode, get this bone length, take not the meter, then we're gonna go here and lots of clicks, right? We should need some head tail. I think someone got this one. So here it's exactly, there's at the tip of the, well, I think this is accurate because their bone length are different. So yeah, it's matching the yeah, it's matching the bone length of the, yeah, I think if I had this value, that because of the override, then we'll have some override transform would be getting a different, yeah, we have this not good. So want this. All right, so that means that whenever I pose this bone, it's actually using this position here. Maybe it's not ideal, but at least this will allow that they will move even more in sync. Maybe. Not that they weren't, but I think this is even more perfected. About this thing, I don't think this might be a problem. Okay, so reset here. So let's, maybe it's a problem, but we haven't seen anything yet about concerning that. So now let's get me back my soundtrack here. Thanks YouTube for stopping my soundtrack all the time. Okay. Then we have here, I'm being ironical, right? So what we can do here is to, yes, I was doing a feature that is completed. I suspect we could use this alongside with those transforms gizmos, but I'm a bit out of idea. But I'm just gonna show the trick here. There's a bone here. Which has no bone constraint, but it is parented. It cannot move, but it is parented to what? Oh wait, it's parented to the control head 01. No, it's not possible. Okay, so yeah, it is connected parented to the control head, which is this one. The name is creepy, right? Not gonna save just to, so it's going in reverse, right? And I don't remember now why it did that, but I don't remember it was something about the bone constraint of this bone, right? Because as mentioned, this has this yeah, it has a weird target there, but or if it was related to the setup. Yeah, because actually I'm having the setup working here as expected, right? You see, I can do everything here, no problem. So maybe I don't need that. Or maybe that was for the, yeah, so the other thing, what I thought first, this was for the aim head track here. So currently there's no parent for this thing. It is so this I'm trying to do an aim track that doesn't have an aim track, actually, an aim bone constraint with auto IQ options. There's a proposition that seems it could be made possible. But still a bit experimental. Okay, so something here we need to enable. Yeah, you see, this is the direction orientation the head should be pointing out. So it's like the deformed bone, right? But it's difficult to see this working exactly without a mesh. And there's a lot of problems with this that I... Like if the... There's probably some way to do this. Super complicated. It's like one of those this is a prototype that is not... And so the idea is... So I have a problem when I start to rotate the whole body. There are some problems with this. Yeah, a lot of problems about this. So we're gonna... Doesn't matter now. So we're gonna... Now let's see if this root causes any problem. Okay, so I can rotate the all rig with the... Yeah. So this is one feature I didn't have because I just managed to parent offset. So because this parent offset won't ruin anything since this bone is not part of any chain there. Connected chain or something like that. So it's like so this one is safe to parent offset. And so we can have a root bone. So this is a good update to this CrazyRig. So now let's go for the arms, since let's leave this aim in the worst case scenario. Just do the aim with this bone here, like a regular custom property, right? That's switchable, which is what I'm trying to avoid here. So let's get... This will be like noob stuff, right? In my understanding, but like it's garbage for 3D animation. That's switching. We want immediate change of behavior without well, if... And also it would be nice if rigging, the process of rigging, would be simpler as well, because these custom properties, they are simple, but they are at least intermediate rigging. They are very annoying actually, because then you have to keyframe. So possibly some aspects of keyframing, this, even if the structure exists and needed to be built by riggers, okay, if at least Blender could automate the posing system for keyframing and 3D animation, that the animator would just pose and that will sort of abstract the process, won't show in the screen, right? The animator would just pose. I don't see this happening actually. So that's why, how stupid this thing is, right? So that's why the best approach for me, if it is feasible, would be to try to avoid those custom properties. Switchable stuff, right? Essentially switchable stuff. We want everything automated, like under the curtains, right? This is smart rigging and this is smart 3D animation. This is why I'm doing this puppeteering stuff, because the puppeteering stuff is versatile, right? So you just have to learn how this feature works. I'm not suggesting this is better than the conventional ways. It's still experimental, but I know already that certain features totally work, like the hand pinning. You don't need Ike bone constraint for this. So I'm making the switch now. I want a much simpler control rig that does a lot more, or does the same or equivalent, does the equivalent with much less complications and much more user-friendly, even in some aspects. I don't use pole targets here. We don't need pole targets, but pole targets are bugged in Blender. They have a lot of issues. Ike bone constraint, it is bugged. It has a lot of issues. I've reported. Even Zajic reported. So those features, believe me, folks, F key and I key is pure garbage, and it's not a Blender thing. It's like, of course, they are good to have, but it's like garbage, because when it comes to control rig, keyframing, 3D animation, versatility, they conflict with each other usually. Not IKEY, auto IKEY option. IKEY option, it's inbuilt simultaneous IKEY F key. You see the F key. Ignore the bendy bone thing here. It's just bendy bone is not actually moving. It's just the, yeah, it's a deformed bone, yes, but no, it's a. So you see the F key, and you see the I key, and this is I key, but auto I key length of 1, so it's a bit more like, and we can do, yeah, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay. What we cannot do, we can even pin, as I've shown. We can even pin if we grab here with auto key length of I don't know, different than 1, right? Wait, something is not. Okay, I haven't tested properly the. Okay, something is not working in the head pinning. We need to revise that. I'm not sure what. Yeah, I think something about. Yeah, something is happening, but is not sufficient. So I think that was what I was thinking of. So let's do the crazy thing. So maybe it's necessary. We grab this bone. We're gonna extend here, and we're gonna make this bone into an octahedral, reverse octahedral. We're gonna place it maybe exactly here at the base of the neck. I think this is the. I think this is how it is supposed to be. Then we're gonna change the color here. We're gonna make it mechanism bone. Actually, this is not good, right? But connected, okay, to the control head. We're gonna make stick. We're gonna call it. It's like a mechanism head reversed. Yeah, so at least we know what it is. So then we can get. So apparently, what's happening here? Have some motion here. And desired motion. I don't know what's causing that switch here. I see it's probably just some wrong positioning here. Okay, I don't know which one moved, but we can reassess this later. I'm confused now, but we want to make this thing work. Okay, head pinning. So now let's grab the. We don't grab that one, right? Okay. Well, what we do is that we. This will not do anything too different. However. And what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to. Strange, this thing. I don't remember it was like that. Yeah, so this is complicated, folks, but I'm gonna get through. So maybe that's why I've decided to use this as the control neck. Okay, but is this correct? Oh, this doesn't look correct. All right, so apparently we need this joint here, and also. So I'm gonna pick this thing and let's try now. Okay, now you have some offsetting. Alright, so we need to make it follow what? Let's try. Yeah, if I keep moving this, of course. This will move the head to here, right? We don't want this because then we're not pinning the head, right? So actually we need to I can compare the other setup. I should open it soon, but okay, so leave it here for the tail of it, and then we have this, which will maybe copy the head, which I'm not sure this will be the correct one, but control head, which is this one, right? No, still not pinning. Yeah, because this bone is moving, right? So this shouldn't follow any rotation, right? But if it doesn't follow any rotation, then we're doomed. So this is one of the most trickiest part. This and the middle, yeah, the torso connection of the spine and the hips, upper body, lower body. So these are the most trickiest part here, and of course the leverage, ankle leverage. But this I've already found a solution or prototype that seems to be working. I'm gonna build it. So experimenting here, but I don't want to be experimenting right here in the live stream because I have already found a solution for this, or I thought I did for several times. So we're gonna look at this again. Let's see. So what we have here is that, okay, so these don't have bone constraints and they are safe head. Okay, it's all this. Okay, then we have this one, copy. Oh no, this is a deformed head. Don't care about this. This is the master head. We don't care about this one. So this one is parented to one of these safe. All right. So this one is parented to the neck, right? We need to see exactly where it meets. Yeah, it's exactly at that joint, right? No mystery there. So this is as I remembered. This, what is this? Yeah, this is the deform. I don't care. So this bone doesn't control anything. There's no bone constraint in these bones because they are in the IK chain. So it's just mechanism's head. And here is the trick. Is just so mechanism head, pose space to make, okay, copy location. Then what we have, tail, of course. And then this was, there was another relation here for the copy rotation. So I'm gonna reopen this. Copy location, mechanism head, copy rotation, control. That's the neck. Copy rotation to the neck doesn't make too much sense to me, but okay, we're gonna use the neck for the rotations of the this unparented bone. So here and here. So this, would that cause... Yeah, not entirely, because we're getting... We are still getting some... And is the parenting... Is the bone constraint... Pose space... Before region... Oh, local space. Alright. So you see, look, usually this is... Not local with parent. Okay, so need to be careful about this. So to see how weird this can be, right? Not sure this will also work. No, still no big change here. Okay, you see, I can pin the location of the head, but not the... Ah, maybe it's because this bone needs to be entirely locked. Yes, maybe that's the case. It's also a locked bone. There it is. So that was a trick. Part of the trick. So this is also a lock. So this is... It's a special locker. So this was my... It will be very hard to figure out, right? Without the settings, right? Without a proper naming, right? So now it moves with here. It doesn't move with here, right? And if I grab this and here, okay, still not working. So maybe here. Unfortunately, that was not sufficient. Temporarily, let's turn off this because this is confusing me. This, who knows? Maybe this is causing some problems. All right, so no head pinning properly. We need to pin this thing, right? So why this... Is this correctly... Okay, this is the neck, right? No, this is the head, right? Connected parent. The head has nothing special here. Say it's pointing down. That's just what there is. And for some reason, okay, does this head pinning works? Maybe this this setup was broken anyways. I don't see it working. I don't remember that I need to pose it from here. Maybe it's here? No. Okay, so let's resume the... Okay, let's see again here. Mechanism head. Mechanism head. To the mechanism head again. Do you have... Okay, so here you see the head pinning. So this is what it should be doing. So it's just double things there. Okay. So this bone is... Okay, it's all locked, but it's moving anyways. But it is... the important is that this bone is not following up. Okay, so what we need here is to just change here. So it was very simple. Different setup here. It's just picking the lock head reverse and get it here. And this apparently is just local space. And now if we get here and here, there we go. So, yeah, this bone is not moving, right? As soon as we get local with parent, yeah, this is bad. Okay, so there it is. And here, that should work, yeah. So this can move, it's okay to offset, but not this one, because this will be where the head is controlled. So this is how we do head pinning with this system without, yeah, so we have a reverse I key here with head pinning, and we still got progressive I key inverse kinematics, right, of the head on demand, the amount. We can just pose the head, okay, here. Pick them simultaneously if you want to do this in group like this. And then if you want to do head pinning, then of course here will be wrong selection, right? It's just this and this. Auto I key length of needs to be at least 5, and there we go. And you can, it's a bit hard to stretch the spine, but you can, yeah, lose the position, right? So it's a bit tricky, but you can do this and then try to, yeah, it's, yeah, so I have some, because the spine is not straight, so there's a, it's a bit hard here. But we can get the drop down, yeah. So that's, after I'll think about the straightening the spine for the control rig. Should be fine, right? So this is huge, folks. It's already, most rigs, lots of rigs don't have this simple feature for puppeteering. Now let's build arms and legs. Both are challenging, but because, well, our arms have the fingers and legs have the ankle, the foot roll that matters for us. But we're gonna, yeah, so we're gonna duplicate here, right? Because it already has the bone constraints that we want. So we're gonna just be doing, so we're gonna change this, what, root? No, this will be, I don't like this bone shape actually. Color, we're gonna change this to B bone, and we're gonna make them big, right? It's easy to easier to visualize. I think it makes more sense here. Also here we got a little problem here. We're gonna do this sort of There we go. So this is the small pyramidal thing that this will help to manage these things. Not necessary, but it's gonna. Okay. Then we have here, we're gonna turn this axis back, so this will be about here. The length of this, so here I haven't made up my mind exactly which so I want this to be exactly where the alright, this is just an approximation, but we want the joint to be about here, the shoulder joint start here. So we can reduce this size here. And we can, yeah, from here, we want the lockers. Do we need lockers here? Yes, so 3 lockers. So arm locks. So this will be like, I can pick 3 of them. You know, let's pick just one. This pyramid, I just place it there because it's still simple. Clear parent, let's connect here. Let's align it here. Control A, then we're gonna change its name to lock arm left. And it's actually technically upper arm, but it's for the whole arm, because if we split the limbs, it starts to be more and more complicated to pose, because it starts to break the rig, and this is very annoying. We lose the spontaneous eye key thing, but like we lose this continuation. However, maybe there's a way around, because if I could pose this bone and the eye key could extend, not sure that could work, but if the eye key could push, I think it cannot. If it could push the bone, which has some bone constraint, back, and then it will push in I key, this, I don't think this will work, because this push will be done in F key. We're gonna try something crazy, but in principle what we want here is, okay, we want 3 of this, so we're gonna shift D, and we want to yeah, connect here, and then this one. So this is like a workaround, tedious, boring, problematic, but it works, right? It works if we are careful enough. So extruding here, X. So this will be like the limb. So upper arm, control upper arm, left. Yeah, we can add left here. Then we can do this later also, it'll be easier. But now we already have so this one's command shoulder left. Yeah, so since we are doing this, did I rename this? We forgot something here. I think I forgot to rescale this. Oh no, it says gigantic. There it is. Okay, so here it is. We can now we're gonna make the test, but first we're gonna conclude this part. So this will be a main, one of those main forearm left. Okay, so this is for the axis here, we don't need a pole target here, but it's not wrong. It's not bad to try to get this into the main direction of bending, at least also for the rotate Y Control R -90. Okay, we can do this. Like Rigify, or some limbs in Rigify have main direction of bending, right? That's fine. Here you have something that is a bit too offset. Let's try to improve these ones. Closer. So of course you can pin this, but this is like the it is like the hand. Why they are there? Okay, of course they are there because remember what I've mentioned? Yeah, these things. So we need to disable them. We're gonna. So here we got a problem with the copy location because, well, it's not exactly a problem, but what we can do is that we can say that this bone would be exactly here. Yeah, we can do this. So you can roll to positive. This is kind of stupid, but there'll be better ways. Like can make some mapper bone for better positioning, because this could cause some problems actually. Yeah, several problems. So I don't know why I haven't done better than this, but before it is probably I was seeing what works faster. So just realign these things. No, doesn't work. It's like here. Okay, no, this is bad. So actually we'll have to use this. 3D cursor X0, SX, SY0 also. Okay, now they are aligned straight. We're gonna push this into here. Again, we're gonna try to match this position, and this time we're gonna do different. So I'm gonna extrude a bone here, which is actually clear parent. I'm not sure how to work with this one, but we're gonna try to figure it out. This will be like a stick. This is just a mapper bone for, so map shoulder left, okay, something like that. So chest shoulder, right, something like it's the connection. So we want to maybe here, I'm not sure what to do. Keep offset to prevent this to enter in some sort of I key chain. For this it could be problematic, although yeah, let's leave that, then I make some tests later. All right, so here we got some problem here with this bone. Yeah, a lot of issues. We're gonna change this chain length here, update. This doesn't need to align here, right? So we got, now if I try to pose here, we have some, apparently we got to connect here. No, it's not working. What is going on? They have auto IQ option. Oh, these are locked. Okay, so wrong setup. So these ones, of course, we don't want. We want freedom for them. Reset everything. This is not sufficient, right? We shouldn't have extruded them like that. They inherit bone data. So they also have this crappy thing. We'll have different ones for this. Okay, so this works. So now we can have this. You see, I can extrapolate, but for now this is safe. Now on pose mode you have, yeah, so this thing is here. It is posable. We don't want it to be posable, and we want to, so now if I unparent it as it should be, maybe this a little bigger, it's important, very important, to pin the hand. Yeah, so here if I grab, for example, this, of course you need to complete the location. So gonna parent it to, okay, this seems to be working. Want to use this map just as the target here for the location on the tail, of course. And now you see that the arms follows. However, this is not in the key chain, auto key chain, so we cannot extrapolate, which is bad because, yeah, I can do this, right? But it's not the same if it were connected. There's no remedy to this. So we'll need to, yeah, this is one of the limitations in this approach, disconnected skeleton. So I don't know a solution to this, because this is an Nike chain, and as soon as I grab this, wait, maybe this is a workaround, because if I grab this and I grab this, sort of, because this becomes F key, like this starts to behave a little bad, but because this is before or after, I don't know, it depends, the chest, the neck is before the chest, just as, let's say, this is before the chest, then this maybe allows us to, maybe we can also, let's see, yeah, there's some, yeah, I'm struggling with other problems here. So anyways, I don't think there is a, yeah, okay, it works, right? It might be different than, but we can also do, if you don't want, you can just do, okay, so we can do, interesting, this is not working for the, as an F key thing. Have to investigate, but anyways, we the thing here is that we are building, still building the things, the main thing. Oh, well, I forgot the shoulder, right? Actually, we need a shoulder structure. So actually, this is like, okay, we gonna pick this joint. We're gonna push this, push this right here. Yeah, so it's a bit disrupted, but that's fine. We're gonna subdivide this. This will be control shoulder left, and this will be placed at the joint there. Yeah, mini shoulder bone, but should be fine. Okay, and then we have this upper arm that we can clear this out. So this means that we have some system there to have some versatility, right? And if you want to include the mesh of the shoulder, of course, the system here is horrible. Let's change this B-bone scales here, and so we can make this larger. Maybe we want also this to be along normal, maybe something like that. Yeah, make the control bone more relevant, right? And here nothing changed really, it's the same pattern in principle. Of course, we'd like to have something more. How do we get this to do the F key thing? Because right now it is not, right? Is that solved in my other rig, or is something that, yeah, there's something different, as you can see. So why is this copy rotation local with parent chest just okay? Oh yeah, we forgot to enable this. There we go. No? Okay, so okay, here. Still not. It's wrong target. Yeah, wrong target. Now, yes. Okay, so now we have F key. So, but what if we wanted that, or I don't think that's, yeah, it's cool, but I don't think it's super useful. Like, why would you want this? Like, and can't we achieve this with another trick? Because by default, I think this is better, right? So what if we wanted the other behavior? Well, I have this other behavior already, right? So this is this is hand pinning, folks. GR even. See, imagine this is the forearm. The hand will be here. We haven't built it yet, just because of this bone. Yeah, and this is just auto IQ option. No fucking IQ bone constraint here. We got all this through very advanced trick. Took me years to understand that was even possible. I have, for a long time, I just thought that no, it's auto IQ. It doesn't have this limitation. Then there's a friend from India. His name is, he made a, he was learning rigging, and then he made the one course, big course. He's one guy making those big courses, and he Valley. So now he's good at rigging, and took a few months, maybe 5 months doing the course. That he, in 5 months, he was already an expert. And then he was showing me some features, and he was learning. And then because of some of these exchanges, I've discovered or rediscovered that the auto IQ option could do this spinning. Then I was intrigued. Wait, what is this thing? Very peculiar case scenario. And wow, we can use this. And then I start to build the crazy rig here. All right, so you see this hand pinning there, right? For location and rotation, location rotation. If provide we got the proper, I need to validate, and G again to erase some weird behavior of Blender. You see how this is how far this tool is from being not how far, but it's how underdeveloped the feature is. Like, it's crazy. Okay, so now let's continue fixing this. Locations. Okay, apparently it's just the height here that is a bit wrong. Okay, this solves it. Maybe here we want also to leverage this. There we go. Somewhere about here. Seems to be fine. This joint here, I'm not exactly sure where to put it, but right now, yeah, so I'll leave it here. It is fine. We can't assess this right now because we don't have the deform rig. And I have reference of this character in a more conventional rig. And now for the hand, right? Well, actually, we can symmetrize this entire block, right? Forgot to include this one. Okay, and then we're gonna mirror. We're gonna do something here for the legs. So the legs will be different, right? So we got a lot of building blocks, bounding blocks actually. So here we're gonna reset the roles. Let's okay, we want to... No, this one doesn't need alignments. So usually these ones are the ones that we want to... We want to align these bones with some sort of... Like, we could pick this, duplicate, rotate. Something like this, okay? Then we can align. Yeah, let's start align everything with this. And then we're gonna get this one to... This one, parent of set, yeah, from the... Oh, could be this one, right? Reset, but this we're gonna actually just... these positions here, I'm unsure what to do yet, ideally for the rig, so they're gonna just place somewhere. Usually it's not like the real bones, it's more lower about here, maybe more to the center, but I like to make it about here. That should be, yeah, something like here should work. Then we got here, we're gonna make sure these are global, okay? Then we gonna... This no parent has got... We need to change this name, so this is hips... yeah, hips, what, right? It's thigh, whatever. And here is like... hip side, maybe. Hips joint, yeah, okay. Hips joint left. No, hips thigh. Okay, instead of shoulder. Okay, then we have this one, shoulder. This is lock arm. We're gonna change this to... Wait, I'm missing some bones. No, there are just two. Maybe this was a mistake. Okay, so we got here Control F2. So instead of arm, gonna leg, and we delete this stuff. Okay, then we got all the parents are set here. The only thing which are not set is the... Yeah, about here. Now we're gonna pick this and we're gonna reset the roles. These ones also, they are straight, but we don't want to include this one. It's already aligned. So what we do now, we can go on pause mode. This thing will be disrupted, right? Because we need to... Now we already changed this target. And here, copy rotation, already updated. Okay. So that means that then this... That means that this part of the rig is already achieved. We don't have this control shoulder here, so we're gonna select this joint and dissolve. Maybe that would work, but there's there's not a joint like... It's not like... Yeah, it's different, but it's intriguing. Maybe that could serve some purpose. So here we have the system here, and if we want to pin... Okay, we need this bone is start to become annoying. Or let's make a circle or a torso. Can be that one. Yeah, so we're gonna 90 and 2, and that should be it. Yeah, this is good enough. So this is easy to pose. So when you grab this and we grab... it's not working. Okay, so we need to enable, maybe? No? This doesn't seem to be have been parented. Yeah, it's wrong parent. Need to parent to... actually, it's parented to this command spine, whatever. Yeah, it's like the location here. Yeah, I'm gonna... place it there. Just not sure this will be more consistent, but that... okay, then if we grab here, this is not working because we need another setup for the legs, right? And we don't have pinning. Yeah, we're getting some strange behaviors there. Okay, maybe we got some... Still wrong parent. Okay, this is not working. So you see, this is simultaneous I key F key, legit. And these bones, they have F key because of their... So this will produce arc of motion, perfect arc of motion for this bone, right? This one will be a perfect arc of motion because the bone length, right? It's using itself for its whatever it is carrying as a fit here. It will make this curvature, I think. It's not necessarily only good stuff, because there's a problem there, another inconsistency. Auto IQ option doesn't have a stretch feature. We don't have IQ stretch, doesn't work with this. It is there, but it's not enabled. This doesn't work. And even if it worked, this IQ stretch poses a lot of problems with, you know, it's horrible, but sometimes it's beneficial. And unfortunately, it doesn't have here. We don't have even the option for some. It's just non-implemented. This Y limit is also not implemented. The design, right? The UI visualization. While these ones are. You see these arcs here. they are forming, but y limit y doesn't have. So it's like a lot of stuff here that are missing relative to I key. Okay, but I'm not pinning. I'm not sure what is going on. Let's visualize if those lockers are all set. Maybe there is some, I don't know why it's get these strange values here. I'm just gonna reset here. Unlikely that will be causing any problem, but it's annoying, right? So here what we want is to see if there's any bone constraint that is causing. This bone is left unparented. It is mapped to follow this tail exactly. Ah, of course. As we can see, we got some unparented things, I guess. Yeah, this is absolutely wrong. This got unparented. It's a mistake. This should be parented to the first, the closest loci key spine there, connected even. And now I think that should work. Okay, now we got this. So it's just an now we got pin. And now it's not pinned, as you can see, and now it is pinning. So this is how this crazy thing works. Then we got, let's change this thing here. We're gonna viewport display. Let's get it here. Yeah, let's leave it smaller because it's lower. This one will be bigger. And that means that we can, yeah, control thigh left, command shoulder. So command hip left, yeah, why not? And then main shin left, and we can already reset and symmetrize those things. Yeah, symmetrize. What is this? Temporarily garbage, don't need. So gonna add this stuff here and add this and add and symmetrize, and there we go. So now we have double pinning. If we want that, yeah. So because of the character design and the lack of pole target, there's a little problem here, but maybe we can minimize this effect with some inverse kinematics feature. So here, like maybe stiff, not sure, but we can test it right away here. Inverse kinematics, we want the not IK lock here, maybe stiffness on the, we don't want it to be more because what's happening when this goes down, it goes inwards, right? So it's rotating, I think, on its z-axis, right? So it's not good. So we're gonna, maybe this will cause some problems. So let's start by adding some stiffness on the z with hold alt. It's a lot of stiffness. This, you see, it improves a little. So this and then if you want, we can just do this also, but the default, right? Yeah, so this is like a super powerful rig already, and this is vanilla Blender. You see, the only bone constraints that, this is crazy, right, folks? The only bone constraints I'm using, this should be a clickbait, make a super rig for 3D animate, like a Puppeteering Skeleton with just 2 bone constraints: copy location, copy rotation. Wow, what the fuck is that? So it's exactly what's happening here. Of course, we're using something that is way more powerful than bone constraints, in which is actually constraints on the fly. So actually this is, there's an add-on that is free. It's rig on the fly. It's a version 2 already, but it's, I think it needs some updates, but it follows some methodology from a guy that I don't know, found some crazy things about rigging character, 3D character rigging for 3D animation, something about space switching and sharp animation, something like that. Yeah, very creative stuff, but I don't know, there's something about baking that I'm unsure. But the cool thing is that this work around this whole idea that is the being able to change the behavior. In their case it's the rigs, but because the rigs themselves get changed during the animation process, it's a rig on the fly. But so this is maybe this is a bit more old school, because maybe this, yeah, it has a lot of potential, but nowadays, after I've seen what Unreal Engine, Cascadeur and some others are doing, like for example, right, they have in Unreal Game Engine has the control rig units, or yeah, it's like you can configure, like in a node system, like a node system in Blender, you can configure pose options, tools and options. So it's how the bone behaves on pose mode. You can toggle without. So it's like a versatile control rig. So it's not a stiff rig. You have the node system, which you can say this bone can do this, and this. It's like if you have a control rig, which is a ghost rig, which is actually a meta rig, that meta in the sense not of the rigify, but meta, right? A meta thing that is on another dimension. This is why the rig in Unreal Engine, there's no control rig like in Blender. You just have the deform rig in Unreal, and then this meta rig of Unreal Engine, it comes as a nodes procedural rig with nodes, which affects the UI of the 3D interface. So it will show you if you edit it, what you can do with this bone. Oh, it can have this behavior, maybe it has an I key behavior, maybe it can have an F key behavior, maybe it have a pin behavior, and you can toggle everything like as options and tools and pose modes. It's just like this. So this is all ephemeral rigging stuff, because essentially that is what is it. I'm changing the behavior of the rig with pose options. That's this. Why I'm not able to? Okay, I need to pick this. Okay, so I'm changing the behavior of the rig based on the. So for example, local is different than global, right? So this is an option, pose option, right? So normal, I don't know, view, yeah, we can parent. Okay, so those things, there are a lot of things we can do with them. Not a lot, but many things, and these are equivalent to procedural rigging. And auto, notably, this is why, not a coincidence, but auto IQ option is a pose option. So it's options that you can toggle on and off, and they will change the behavior of the rig. So you don't need to rig anything, it's already there. It's like the skeleton is already rigged by default in the software. And there's a software dedicated to 3D animation, in this case of Blender. But these pose tools and options, because these are tools, right? They need improvements towards the versatility, right? So this is ephemeral rigging, we could say, or ephemeral control rig, maybe. Because rigging is like seems something else, right? Okay, but let's continue our crazy rig here. I missed the feet and the hands. All right, so the hands, they are not necessarily more complicated. There's a, yeah, they are, it's the same thing, but we're gonna use some features here slightly different. So how many of these we got? We got 3. See, this one is larger. This metacarpal here it got a, we can call it hand actually, not even metacarpal. So it has a bone constraint. So this is for additional, we can stack features. So I found this way in this crazy setup. So what we're gonna do is gonna add from this joint, we're gonna add a bone, right? We're gonna align this with one of these. So start again with, we'll start with one B bone like that. We don't want to invert it. We're gonna change its color. So here is the problem. The bones are, they have in Blender they have this dimension. So we have to, yeah, this is annoying that the axis disappear, so we barely see anything. So okay, let's make it selectable, otherwise this can ruin our rig apparently. There's no coming back. No, I think there is, but it's tricky. So here we got this one. Yeah, so we're gonna make this one like that. Then we can, out of this one, wait, what I'm doing this, let's not do this, let's just reuse these ones. Shift D, and let's pick this one, and first thing, I don't know where it is, doesn't matter, just do this, right? Disable this freaking bone constraint. Shift S to keep offset, right? No, not we need the active element maybe. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna change, make another one of these and snap here. We're gonna parent, keep connected. We're gonna change this to, okay, this to hand, right? So we're gonna, instead of shoulder, hand, and we're gonna strip characters. There we go. Lock instead of arm, hand. Lock, yeah, command hand, lock hand 1 and 002. Okay, now we, yeah, this is annoying because the connected will, maybe we should make this even smaller. Okay, this is tedious. So manipulate, disconnect parent. Let's make this thing like this. Let's pick the last one, and again here. No, wrong one. 3D cursor here. There we go. Now we reparent, otherwise the system will, well, okay, it's just offset a little. This will automatically make it offset. Okay, let's make sure they have the same orientation. That's fine. So we can turn this like this for now. Then we're gonna go here. Gonna make this one bigger. Like this. It's a good one to have bigger. And yeah, like this. And then we got to change this. So here we're gonna use this one. This one is much simpler. I think there's there probably are different ways to achieve the behaviors. Okay, so apparently there is some problem here with, of course there's it's just I forgot to got a wrong offset there. .3D cursor, keep offset there. No. Active. There we go. Okay, now if we toggle this, no problem. And now the hand is following. But you see, it's following in a rotation manner. The problem is that I haven't found an alternative way that we have more versatile options. So if I do this, I have still the option to make the bone rotate with another selection. But if I fix this now, it's like overwhelming, and it can't. I don't think we'll be able to counter it. So for now, this is what I know that works. We'll see in a moment the control bone that we'll use for the. Maybe we can use another main bone that could do this kind of thing. I'm thinking maybe. I have to think about that. The problem is that adding more control bones will make more keyframes, more channels. This is garbage also. So this is why we should avoid the intrigue. So this is like, for finding an elegant solution, we need really advanced alternatives. Sometimes, if this could be built from development, it's better than from rigging, because in principle, because if the structure that we are working with, if the code is smart enough for the 3D animators, not even the riggers, but of course I care about the rigging because I'm a rigger myself, but to be fair, I don't care too much about the rigging problem, because the rigging problem should be because rigging it's not only for animation, but usually rigging is for animation. So sometimes it's just for posing, and that's fine. But let's say rigging for animation, at least, right? It should be for animation, right? For 3D animation. So it needs to be the development of rigging should make the task of the rigger better, so that the task of the animation is even better. So it comes from the root developments of rigging and of course 3D animation. So this is why if we can have improvements in the structure, hard-coded structure, or maybe not hard-coded, but if you have better development solutions to rigging that can affect 3D animation, then that is the best thing to do. And developments to rigging, this is the least, one of the least things that Blender is doing. Usually there's a lot of things in geometry nodes lately, yeah, because this grease pencil, that's cool, because those are unique Blender features, so I understand, I think this is nice. But as a rigger and 3D animator, or as an animator, yeah, this is very frustrating as well, because Blender is a free software, open source. It has so much potential to innovate, but they focus on something else for now. Maybe things will change, we'll see. Anyway, so let's continue here. We need here to continue this thing. Let's see, we want the... Okay, so the metacarpus. So the metacarpus is the following. We get another round of this crazy stuff. Okay, hold on. Now I'm confused. Okay, so actually we don't need these ones. There's a mistake. They are the metacarpal things, not the hand. So we have a control thing. This is connecting the... What is this? Oh no, this is not a stick bone. It's just 3D-ish X-ray on the bone, okay? Alright. So where is this? So this is immediately connected to the command, okay? So this means that this bone will control this crazy stuff, right? And alright, then we have 4 fingers in this character. These will be like yeah, so still locked, so they just have a different shape, so that is easier to see, right? So we're gonna separate these things here. Yeah, actually just this one. Clear parent. We're gonna no, didn't work. Okay, so select this L, move it here. So this will be like we're gonna change this. So we're gonna call them, instead of hand, metacarpal, metacarpal, yeah, metacarpal, yeah, this will be super annoying. I don't know what is the best thing to do here, so let's just duplicate them, and then we change the names. So we're gonna get these ones, Ctrl F2. So instead of metacarpal, we're gonna metacarpal ring, no, metacarpal middle, and strip characters. These ones will get metacarpal index, and this one metacarpal thumb, and this one's pinky or ring. I've been using a ring because done. So here I need to do something about this. Yeah, let's leave this side. So we're gonna extrude from here. We're gonna not extrude, this will cause some problems. So we need the first one that we're gonna do of this control type. So we're gonna add a bone here, gigantic bone. Let's align here with this. No, shift here. Let's change this to actually be bone also. So this bone, let's see if this, no, this is okay. It's not it's okay size here. Didn't lose too much. So gonna give a different color to this. So I was using this orange, okay. And we're gonna also give it a custom shape, so circle or tweak. Okay, just circle for now. And we want to make this bigger here, and maybe even 2 here, maybe 3, 2.5. Okay, so now this is not working yet, but this will be actually posable bone differently than these others. But I should not pose it with the, well, actually I could, yeah. We'll see. But in principle, this already figured out to work, that it works. So we're gonna parent it to the parent connect. So it's a control bone in the middle here. So it's a bit crazy. We're gonna, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do this then. So at least it gives some idea of hierarchy. And then we're gonna make this, we'll take advantage that we can expand this a little more. Okay, so here we're gonna extrude from here some mini bones. No, we're gonna, all right, I see where we got a problem. So we're gonna duplicate those ones. So actually we're gonna change this. Yeah, we have another problem. Okay, so we're gonna instead, we're gonna extrude it's hard to select. I don't know why I'm not able to shift select. No, it's don't need to shift select. I think there's a bug. Okay, so we're gonna extrude another set of these ones. We're gonna same for their bone length. 0.001, there we go. Now they are parented. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna exchange this. So this we're gonna turn into octahedrals, mini octahedrals. We don't care, we're just gonna wrong selection here, and also wrong selection here. Here, and then we gonna parent this to here. No, we're gonna, no, not this. So this is a cool trick. So you're gonna the bone needs to be selected. Okay, so actually first, yeah, so we need to, okay, let's just move this here for now, and then we're gonna pick this. So you see what, so first we're moving this these whole things, and then we're gonna reposition everything all at once into the 3D cursor, and then we unhide. Okay, so now we can parent connected here without any problem. They won't be displaced. Great. So now we can align this to up, maybe same as this one. We global axis here, just okay. So here is it's not super important. That now we're gonna pick these ones. They will be bone constraints ones, so we're gonna make them slightly bigger. Okay, and now we need to, yeah, we need to rearrange this in a way that would be adequate for the metacarpal's beginning. So this is like tedious, but we need to be doing this. This organization matters a little, so as long as it is, yeah, we try to maintain them straight, right? This seems to be regular enough, but we can bring them a little back here even. That's fine. So give more space for the, we're gonna leave this straight, even though it's would be sort of incorrect, right, anatomically, but we don't care because these are just structural bones. They are not here to match the anatomy perfectly. And this one, we could place it about here. The thumb one, I think, will have a problem because we don't have, yeah, the thumb is crazy, right? So I, maybe this, oh, I forgot. Apparently, no, it is here. Okay, so should I do this for this bone? Yeah, possibly. It's a different structure, right? So we can leave it here, even behind, it's fine. Whatever, it will help. Yeah, I see this anatomy is a bit weird for this joint here. Anyways, this mesh geometry I was completely redoing, a bit more low poly. So this is an old hand, right? So, right? Yeah, yeah, I think I need to yeah, it was not the, I remember now, because this character I imported from my original model. When I try to retopologize the simplify low poly, go a bit more low poly on the hand, I was already doing this for the whole body again. So this is why this one doesn't have, and I was getting good results for the simplification. So instead of six hexagon here face loops for the fingers, no, just 4 is fine. Okay, let's as it was original, let's go back to the soundtrack here. All right, folks, now we got to the thumb here. How it is this part here for the thumb. This is the Okay, see, it's diagonal here. It's a bit crazy, but this is, it doesn't really matter. So lock ring, lock meta. So these are lock metacarpals, right? So lock metacarpal ring. Yeah, it's all like that. So it is working. We're gonna change this color here just to signalize it has bond constraints. I don't have a... Yeah, I'm gonna just do this, right? And they are also a bit too big, so I'm gonna do a lot of things here. Yeah, so changing B bones for this, so that will be nice. Okay, now we can start. No, not yet. We need to make sure this is in the right... Yeah. So okay, there's an advantage here of these extended bones, because they are the ones which allow us to make these displacements, strategic displacements, even behind maybe if we want. Yeah, so I'm gonna place it. I'm gonna try this. It's very crazy, but I think that's preferable maybe. And I pick this one, and for this one we're gonna try here and lower this, yeah, because it's the thumb, so maybe about here. Okay, we'll try this. And if you see the original didn't have a mesh, right, to care for, so this is why, well, this is, well, here we see, but it didn't have. I just lately imported this recently, this mesh here, so, and it glitched all my project because armatures get broken if you update. They start to lag. Happened to me with Bone Manager extension from Blender 4.4 to Blender 4.5 LTS, if I'm not wrong. And then again, it just occurred to me from Blender 4.5 LTS to Blender 5.0. But then I think it's not a Bone Manager extension thing. Fortunately, it is just this one apparently didn't broke, but something about armatures, again, armature data in my computer at least, broke. The rig got corrupted, the armature object, so I have to delete the entire old, yeah, armature objects, purge their data after deletion, and then and any armature here, even a new one, then starts to play smooth again. So it's like super crazy, right? So corrupting the blend file, right? It's worse than corrupting all the armatures in the blend file. At least this one is reversible. Well, reversible for the new armatures as long as you do the steps. So it's a nightmare stuff. So anyways, don't be very careful to update your Blender files, especially rigged models. Yeah, this can be certain death in a production. So because my projects are long-term projects, usually with this character, for example, I keep, so, and I like the updating, so I need to, one way to reduce the risk is using less extension, relying less of extension. So maybe now I'm trying to use this without the Bone Manager extension. But if you have a project that has okay, I'm just gonna do this project for this Blender version, that's fine, use the what. But for me, I'm tired already of those problems, so Usually it's the, yeah, it's the medium to big iterations. The smaller iterations, like if you are 4.5 LTS, 4.5.0 to 4.5.1 and such, these minor iterations, usually those won't cause any trouble. But who knows? So here we're gonna not extrude again because this will cause some issues. So we're gonna add a bone here. Issues, no, is that we're gonna be getting bone data that we don't want. So for this one, we're gonna B-bone. So this is already a metacarpal bone. So we're gonna just place them more or less correctly, and then we are essentially done with this. We're gonna, for the hand, we're gonna test, of course. I'm gonna show how this works. But for yeah, actually, let's do control metacarpal ring left. And then we're gonna extrude. So this is gonna call ring finger, yeah, ring left. Extrude here and extrude here. So here we're gonna reduce them here. We're gonna align everything to this one, yeah. And maybe this one we got active. It's just a bit rotation here. Let's see from, yeah, so this is very bad. Let's change here, maybe change here, and let's look control numpad 1 here, and let's place it here. Let's again realign here, rotate something like here. Here we got here and here, but this one, yeah, this, we want them straight here. It will be a better behavior for the auto IQ option. So I can immediately test this. You see, bend here, bend there. That's how great this is, right? Much better than all crap garbage they offer us. Yeah, this is the best. The only problem here, seriously, yeah, there are some trickies, like you cannot extend the joint here too much, otherwise if these bones are like, let's say like this, the rig is not ready. This is why this is not causing problem. Wait, why? No, I cannot bone constrain this one, right? So I'm gonna leave it parented connected, right? But here we're gonna just so the only thing that we cannot do in Blender here with this, one important thing that we cannot do, we cannot pin the joint. We can pin just this joint, the last. This I'm gonna show. Yeah, let's do it just one finger, right? So get this one. We parent to this one, connected. Let's also do this for the axis. Global negative, the main direction of bending, it's downward for me. So so here we got this, and if I want to pin this, the tail, I have to grab this thing and the commander, and there we go. Haha. And you can do with the GR, R, and right click, no, left click, validate, G, and validate again. So this will fix a glitch. I think, yeah, usually that fixes the glitch, okay. But this I'm gonna report. So here is the, this will be like the hand rotator. It's not supposed to, it's connected, right? So we cannot, and this is locked, so we cannot So if we grab this, check this. If you grab this and this, now you have this behavior. And if you just pick this, you have this behavior. So it might be a bit annoying, but you see, this is all about those multiple selections. What if, of course, not all the... Not everything is possible. Like, for example, I cannot do this motion while... Oh yeah, I can. Okay, so there are certain things we cannot do, but... Okay, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this, yeah. But I think I can't do... Yeah, I see. So this one is not following. As soon as I get this one, I don't have the pinning for some reason, and the rotation of this one goes a bit nuts, and I don't know why. So maybe we can do this with I don't know, something here might activate, I don't know. The cursor maybe. Yeah, auto IK doesn't respond to... Okay, never mind. So enough. The thing here is that, okay, this is important, this is super important, and this is important, but this is also super important. Why this bone is moving? Apparently this is probably the auto IK length is too much, right? Okay, so have this, we have this again. And then, so you see the hand stays still. And then we have here. And then we have this if you want. And then we have also this, or this even. And you have, yeah, you can do F key, you can do F key, you can do I key from this, and this is F key. But you know, notice this is not a pin joint, so this joint is moving, right? Okay, but another thing we can do, then we're gonna complete here first. We're gonna add a control bone for some feature that exists in Rigify add-on. I didn't know it was even possible in this rig. It is. So we're gonna duplicate this, and there also for the thumb. Okay, so here we're gonna get this Control F2, so we're gonna call this, instead of ring, we're gonna call it middle, and this instead of index, no, instead of ring, index, and this instead of ring, thumb, and this is metacorporal, correct? Okay, so we're gonna start by connecting here. Connected. Connected. And connected. This bone will be called mini-me. No, it is control hand. No, rotator hand. Okay, left, whatever. Because it essentially is for rotation, right? So now I need to fix this. This is the thumb, right? We're gonna rotate from this. Let's first fix these orientations. Something like that. Reset the roles for now. From top view, let's get here. Scale, rotate. Let's align. My mistake. This is... Yeah, so here I don't have the position. This is bad. So let's place... I think this will be about here. We're gonna have to change this mesh. Then here we're gonna get this. This metacarpal could be bigger, right? So yeah, so this is a bit weird thumb right now. So we're gonna just make sure this is... Okay, we're gonna align these two. Position here. We're gonna place this more to the... Yeah, very wrong here. Okay, something about here. Then we're gonna align. Then here what we do with this... Wait. What's happening with this thumb? I think I did a stupid mistake here. So actually, we don't have this. We dissolved this one. So it's anatomy madness, right? Specificity. So okay, so we're gonna just bring these things here. Yeah, so we can have this positioned there, right? Yeah, about here. We are grabbing a wrong bone. Okay, align. No, this didn't work well. Okay, so this will always be problematic here with the mesh. We need to stretch the mesh, right? So it's just okay, that should do. And then we got reset roles here. We want this to be R Z negative 90. No, RZ. Now Control R Z 90. Okay, so the Z-axis direction of bending, main direction of bending, pointing there. So you have local space, rotate on the Z. There we do this. We do well, not on edit mode, actually on pose mode here, right? Rotate Z. No, rotate along local. What is no, it's wrong. It's X. Sorry, X, right? Now it's good. And this one inward. So that's more natural, right? So there are many ways to do this, but I think this is so okay. So here now we can just fix the last one. Yeah, so this is really, it's time consuming, right? So we go for the okay, it already has, it's behind, but it's above this one, so somewhere like here is fine. I haven't fixed that one. We can move it maybe like here. Also we can yeah, pick the wrong bones here. So that this is going to fix. We can get this more to the top here. I hate losing these proportions here, so okay, let's do this. Align here. Something like this should work. Realign, then we get this reset, then we're gonna shift N, negative Z pointing down. Okay, I'd like to change this before it's too late, but how to manage this? Yeah, we're gonna hide some stuff here. So we're gonna just bring these seem slightly displaced. We're just gonna very subtle stuff, so centralize here about here. Okay, this is fine. Then now for this one we want grab all this, somewhere about here should be a bit more protruded. There we go. And yeah, so this should be fine. And here straight like that or more inwards? I think straight like that is fine, but let's just create a bit more space here and that should be fine. All right, so now we got this set. Let's look at the front view here. So this is always confusing. We need to hide this stuff in order to see. So apparently this is good. Okay, this one is good, so we're gonna do all thing again, and that is it. So these are fixed. Now we need to make sure the parenting is connected. This is apparently already connected, yeah, and this one already connected, and this one also, yeah, we already did that. So the hand is done. So now we have all pin fingers here, pinnable fingertips. There we go. We have this. If augment, oh, I didn't know this. Look at this. We need auto key length of 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so you can do different behaviors here, right? So, and you can build this, then you can, yeah, so we can keyframe that. For auto key option, usually you want auto keying, otherwise you need to pick everything and keyframe manually. It's horrible. So usually for auto keying is better when doing the look at this, right? So it doesn't matter where they are. Well, it actually matters because you have this effect of pulling, right? And this is bad, but because they don't stretch, I think even if there's key stretch, I think I don't know how key bone constraint reacts in this case, but yeah, this is usually a problem. Okay, now we can, oh yeah, forgot. So there is a last thing. When I try this bone constraints, we have this main fingers rod, which is actually a supportive bone. I don't know. Rod fingers. Yeah, let's rod fingers. Or fingers rod. So another rotator, but this is this behavior here. So this only happens because we are constrained not these bones which are submitted to auto IQ option posing. So this is why if we do this effect and we extend the auto IQ length here, we can have some bad behavior. Like you see this. So this is the attention, but if you don't extend, nothing happens, and you can have additive effects. So just be careful. You grab this, now it just extended and now it disrupted the system. And that means you need to reset this and then starts to work again. Yeah. If the bones haven't changed, then this is not a problem. You see, I've extended and... Oh, I understand. This bone is free to move. This is why when I do this, it resets. Interesting. I cannot... It's like the ones that are locked, they immediately will... Strange behavior. So the idea is never extend the chain. So I'd like to have a... But if I disconnect this parenting, then it's fucked. It's over, because then I will lose the pin joint effect from here. So this is why we need additional features here that could solve so many things. I don't know what happened here on pose mode. Looks like I've managed to pose this bone somehow. What is this doing? I think I've lost some control chest. Oh no, this is not the... No, don't tell me. No, no, no. Okay, this was the old rig, folks. Okay, this is the new rig. So I must thought I was building on the old rig, which is fucked up because of the... Okay, so never mind. We got this. This is the new structure. All right, reset. Now what we need here is to build the legs. So once again, we have this behavior, and 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 so forth. So, and we have this, and we have... Yeah. So this is... Oh yeah, forgot. So, sorry, folks. This system here, so I'm gonna duplicate this one, make this smaller. We're gonna place it exactly... Yeah, I can place it exactly here, right? Oops, place it... Okay, we're gonna... It's wrong bone, is this one. We're gonna place it there. We're gonna make this bone slightly different. It will affect these bones, I guess. We're gonna make this flattered like that. We're gonna parent offset to this, I guess. We're gonna destroy these features here. I never done Okay, so I leave it without any custom shapes here, so it'll be somewhere like here. We're gonna give it a special color, maybe this. We're gonna call it rot fingers. Yeah, rot fingers left. And of course this is... So let's see where it was parented to. parent offset, probably control hand. Yeah, so where did we place it? Yeah, we place it in the center. Yeah. Okay, so actually we could do this, right? And then we gonna now it's very simple. We pick this and this, control G, color, shift H. Nope. Okay, we need to extend, right? So this, shift G, color, extend, shift X, shift H. Now we're gonna pick this and let's set a copy rotation bone constraint. And so we cannot pose this bone, right? Well, yeah, we cannot pose this bone, but it is, it's just because I was posing them multi-selection. Okay, we cannot pose this bone alone, but it will follow. So because this will disrupt the auto IQ posing, so we just need to have like a local space with like something like this. And so here just Alt Shift C, custom shortcut, and here we're gonna reduce this, and so we have this. And what this will do is that we have this cool effect here, which stacks with auto IK posing, as long as we don't make the mistake of, maybe we augment this a little more. As long as we don't make the mistake of posing with extensive, yeah, like not extending beyond the metacarpal. We cannot block this, unfortunately. So if I do one more step to the third lock, I ruin this setup and this starts to happen. Because this locker bone, it should never move, but because of the copy rotation bone constraint, it is moved. So this is the same behavior that will happen if I add the bone constraints to these bones. So this is why we can't do this. We can, but this will disrupt posing in a horrible way. Still not a dependency cycle, but it will make animation a nightmare, impossible basically. All right, so now that we got this one, I think this is the, let's just assess what I did for the, we can have as many of those that you want actually, as long as you don't pose. So this is the without wave capture with the wrong auto IK length, that's fine. So let's get back to the, maybe I should make a feature request just for this so they will understand why this is so important. Okay, so let's see here. So what do you have here? What's the bone constraint setup? Yeah, it has a copy, yeah, just this one. And yeah, so this is simple, but whichever thing works. So this one, I have this one too. Okay, all right, so we're gonna add also for this one, why not? So it's very simple. Get this one, select this one, shift alt C, go to back to this one, and let's reduce this to very minimal. And now we get this. Yeah, this needs some custom shape, right? That's good enough for me. We can probably do more. Maybe this one a little more. Okay. Yeah, so this is like, I don't know any, I don't particularly know in Blender any hand rig, considering the arm stuff. I don't know any hand rig that it's better than this, in the sense that I haven't seen many, but if you see Rigified, can you reproduce that? Well, it's super complicated. You have a lot of switch, no switch at all here, and you have everything and more. So and it's much simpler to build. There's just 2 bone constraints involved here, and you see by the amount of bones, you just have basically the auto key layer, the mechanism layer of these lockers, locked bones, and we have some rotation. Yeah, some controls of main feature here. Now extra feature here, and rotation of the hand, and pinner. So it's like yeah. So what the main controllers and extra controllers, I don't know. So this like essentially you could all have these controllers in one layer, right? That makes one layer. That's enough. That's good enough, right? We have a lot of, yeah, this one we need something to place. For now, let's just make it like circle, and we're gonna make it like maybe like this. Then we're gonna we're gonna make it somewhere like here. Then we're gonna bring it up a little and forward. Maybe a little more up. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, a little more grabbable now. This may be a little bigger. Yeah, because this just do the fingers spinning, right? Why do I have some challenge here? Okay, so this is the hand, folks. You see, it's so simple that I could do this in a single bone collection. Yeah, and it does everything that, well, almost everything. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what I'm missing here, to be fair, but for this thing works, basically. Here, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I think I'm missing lockers there. Yeah, yeah, the 2 extended. Ah, actually, this seems to be unconnected. Okay, sometimes this can happen. Or, wait, what is this? We got a problem here. No, this is fine. Okay, so why this is moving the rest? Ah, of course, because wait, this can be relevant. Ah, I can do something here. It's not moving the... Okay, Okay, that's interesting. Pinning head. Okay, I have some problems here. So here I'm messing around with the rig. But yeah, so see, I have... Okay, no, something here I need to find out, but we're gonna symmetrize these bones because we have changed their stiffness. Okay, so we have I don't know why. Maybe we need more lockers here. Yeah, we need more lockers because this I was on the spine lock amount. Probably. Okay, you see, it fix the glitch. So the trick is Auto I key, then we grab, right, G, then R into the grab, right? So it's like Auto I key is here because it's not just R, it's GR. And then we have some Auto I key, although we don't see it. It's a bug. It's not appearing that we can control the Auto I key option. It's a secret. And then I can do certain specific motions with this. Sometimes we don't see. Then it creates a glitch when I validate, left click. But then if I grab, I found it accidentally, grab and right click, well, didn't work here, but GR, let's do some stuff. It glitches. No, this case didn't work. Okay, maybe it's because I picked the wrong bones or the wrong chain. I don't know. Let's try again. So GR, still confusing, right? But because it's a glitch, it's not my fault. So here no, okay, so maybe it's not the way to do. Okay, let's try this. So GR validate, G validate. See, fixed. So it works, and sometimes it doesn't work. Of course, it's super important. If we could just use location, that would render my rig very inconsistent, very insufficient, I'd say. But because we can, that means that we can achieve even more than this. But it would be great even if they could also fix this glitch. So here I think when I grab this, yeah, I see. So I cannot pose this directly. Okay, so maybe this was a mistake, because then I cannot... Yeah, because these are left unconnected, so how? I don't understand though. Oh yeah, because I'm posing this bone, but it is posing the... Okay, it's not what I wanted. So we need to change this bone again. We're gonna... Now I can use this. We're gonna place it maybe... Yeah, I think it's here, right? And we're gonna change the parent to here. I'm not sure it's the best thing to do, but... Parent offset, yeah, we'll see. Okay, now I can control the spine a bit more. Okay, like this. So this is important for the skinning, in my understanding of the spine. And then if I extend, I think we'll reach some problems. Yeah, we can't do anything, right? So this is the limitation. However, Wait. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see. Oh yes, this is very interesting. So this is parenting offset. Okay, let's try to change the parenting here. All right, it goes there. Fine. We need to relocate this. We're going full experimental, right? So if I grab this spine and extend to a bit more, let's see. Okay, nothing happens. I cannot manipulate the hips. However, these bones, they are free to move, right? And so, yeah, they are individuated, so we need to... I'd like to a single bone for them. But the cool thing is that if we grab this and this, we have some crazy... Yeah, no, it's not... yeah, so I need to block here, but... Okay, we have some problem because... Yeah, we are got some serious problems here. I don't know why it is... Yeah, because it's really rotating the bone, right? Maybe we shouldn't allow it to rotate. Oh, wait, in this fashion. Yeah, let's turn it off. Yeah, the problem, if we don't allow rotation, we don't have some features, right? So let's try something else. Let's unparent here, disconnect parent here. Let's try. Okay, rotation not affecting. Okay, as expected. Yeah, of course, if you don't have the rotation, we can't do much with the rig, right? So maybe we need a upper torso and a lower torso. So this could be the way to go, but for now, yeah, it seems that some idea is possible to be able to connect. I assume that it is something about this. Okay, I had something like this right before, but it was different. Now the thing is that I'm getting disconnected somehow, or disconnect somehow, parented to the spine system. So this is something of interest, but it's upper to down to bottom to lower. It's not the opposite hierarchy. Won't... Yeah, so this could be limiting. Well, look at this. Not so limiting, right? It's not ideal, but this is nice. Okay. But yeah, so see the head pin there. But then I lose the I key of here. I need some bone to be able to control the... Yeah, I need an upper torso and a lower torso. This is a bit crazy, right? Like I need to... Yeah. So many possibilities here. I think something can be designed here. All right. So first, we still got this problem here, where if I don't get the rotation. Okay, so let's validate the rotation, and this will cause wreak havoc on the... Yeah. How was this thing local space, maybe. Not sure. Let's just try. Not sure this will. Oh wait. Oh, of course. It's just that I was missing the lockers. I was selecting the lockers, right? Okay, so no problem actually. Because yeah, problems, but less problems than. So what we can do is actually, if I grab the spine, if I could grab this bone then with the spine, then I can manipulate. Yeah, of course we need to leave this connected, or if not connected, at least maybe a bone constraint that will mimic. Okay, so here is the trick. We needed a few more of these locks here. Gonna exaggerate so you see how important those things are. So gonna, okay, let's clear parent, or just, yeah, clear parent. We're gonna normal, we're gonna pick this GY, we're gonna shift D, shift D, 5, right, 5 is fine. Then reconnect, connect will reposition one by one. Essentially, we need to know the oh yeah, this is dangerous. You see, if I do this, it will reposition my whole rig. So instead of that, I just grab the joint first. Need to place exactly at the tail joint of the last bone, which is not trivial. So here, place the cursor there, and now place this there, and now select this and select this. Need to be the whole bone, and then reconnect, and this won't cause rig havoc. This will destroy everything. Imagine this first for the face. All the face gets displaced. It's very bad. It's not good, right? It's not too hard to fix depending on the case, but it's super confusing, right? Because if you have a lot of bones, you have to select everything, make sure that everything returns to the right spot. It's undesirable. So this thing, there is another feature we can develop. So it's that instead of parenting this here, we're gonna make another bone here that will be like a, so this is not locked, right? No IK lock here. We're gonna change it to some, it's even some sort of controller bone, right? So it's kind of important. So we're gonna make this into octahedral. We're gonna make them yeah, so they need an extra parent. So I think what I'm gonna do is they don't need to have the same okay, disconnected parent. Let's move this forward. Could be backward, I don't know what is better. Maybe okay, anyways, what we want to do here with this is that it's not at the center, right? So this is not good, but it doesn't matter, because what we're gonna do is that we're gonna make another bone here. So Shift D, we're gonna call this a not map, but command, no, main pelvis, yeah, hip sway. Or and so we're gonna align this like this for now, and we're gonna parent it to common spine, yeah, connected even. Maybe this, yeah, this won't cause anything because some bones here are in the way. I would need to change the order. Yeah, I need to make an extra bone here. So let's do this. This will be like a special bone. So we're gonna change this control body, whatever. Because yeah, this is, and so what we're gonna do is that we're gonna make take this off the bendy bones. We're gonna change this color to, it's not like this. I don't have a color right now. Let's put it green, right? So what this bone does is that it is coming after okay, there's wrong things here. Disconnected. No, it's, yeah, it's connected wrongly. It needs to be connected parent to the lock spine, this one. This one. Okay, for some reason doesn't seem to work. So clear parent of this. Connected. Wait. It's like these spines are inverted. But no, they aren't. So what is... Okay, because I don't know, I'm just gonna try to snap this manually. Okay, then we, yeah, align. We connect. Right, and then unhide, we're gonna place this here, then we connect this with this, and now what we got is that this is control body. So once we get this, will be parent to the clear parent. We gonna parent it connected to the lock spine exactly at that joint. And so because this is, so this is not the child, at the base of this bone we have the spreading of the I key, auto I key option, the auto I key length. So if this bone is reached, for it will reach this one. So it's distribute from this to here, and vice versa, although this one doesn't have really much to control, unfortunately, but we can from the spine downward. So, and now what we need to do is just to grab this, and we can place this here, and this we're gonna bring back here. So now we're gonna reset some rows here, and this we can global X positive, and so this position we can just relocate. I don't know why it is doing this. Okay, GZ, no, global, GY, there it is. Could be anywhere here, but it doesn't need to be straight also. And so now, because this is unparented, but it will follow up, so I'd like this bone to be easy to select, because this one won't do anything, right? Apparently we're missing something here. Okay, so something. Okay, so maybe this is a mistake. Yeah, so okay, so we need to okay, let's do this, then I will lose the so this one we parent to the not to the common spine. Wait, it is, oh, maybe as the parent was wrong. Yeah, we need to change the parents to hip sway and even connected. Yeah, so this, the reverse for some reason didn't symmetrize. Okay, here doesn't symmetrize, right? So now that means that if I grab this bone, no, nothing. It's not. Okay, so the setup is because the locked bones there, they are not good parents. So it needs to be this one apparently. And so you're just gonna parent this indeed. So keep offset. I don't think this should work, because then we don't have, well, it works through F key, right? So maybe this is not bad. Okay, let's see. Reset. So if we get this 1 2 3, okay, and then we get the one more step, and then we get this crazy motion. But see, the, and then we can get this and this, and we got some spinning, right? But the motion is a bit awkward. Kind of works, but I'm not sure this is exactly what should be happening. But yeah, it kind of works. Moving in sync. It's just that the leg is very crazy here to control. We need some pole targets, right? There's not too much, not pole target. We need something that will do the job of the pole target. So you see, we can have some hips. Yeah, so pin, feet. And oh, on top of that, what probably this won't work now, but if I wanted to pin head, yeah. So now it's locked because I cannot have this bone selected. In order to do this, I'll probably need something like this. The head is not moving. It's an illusion. You see the red bone here? It's not moving. So head pin. So this is the super master rig. So this is not over yet. Let me show you another feature. This is groundbreaking for my research here, because I just found a way to make this connection possible that my more regular rig had, but what it didn't had yeah, it was very complicated to make, while this rig is very different. It's a bit tricky, of course, very advanced rigging with auto IQ option, but it's very feasible, right? It's just need a guide and understand the fundamentals. Then you can even build custom rigs on your own. Look at this, it's just super cool, right? So this is somewhat, in some sense, even better than what my previous rig did. Yeah, it's very good, very good. Yeah, very good. And you see, it's just a matter of how to rig. Okay, so there are probably lots of different secrets approach. I wish more riggers would be experimenting with this, because this is super powerful, as you can see on your own. It would be better if you could also have the... I'm gonna share this rig, right? Or maybe sell it. I'm showing how to build it from scratch here, but if you want to buy it, that could be a good support for my research, actually. If you absolutely don't have money and you need help more than myself, then just ask me, I can. But if you want to support me, just yeah. Okay, so here let's complete the fit, right? So the fit will be somewhat something like, we're gonna reuse this. Yeah, we're gonna use 5 of this, and we're gonna bring this 2. So we're gonna shift D this stuff. Okay, we don't want the other side, because this will just cause problems for naming, essentially. So here we're gonna hide this thing. We're gonna place this exactly here. We're gonna Control F2. So instead of heap, yeah, so instead of heap, we're gonna call this... Okay, let's sure nothing else is selected. Yeah, nothing else is selected. So hide this thing. So instead of heap, we call this foot, ankle, maybe. Command, yeah, command instead of heap. What's the name of this thing again? Okay, instead of hip, we call foot. And instead of leg, we call foot. Okay, so we have all this ready. We need to, again, disable this what happened? Did I... How come that I've lost the bond constraints? Okay, I've lost the bond constraint, but that's fine. We're gonna retrieve it. Now we are got the wrong place. Actually, this instead should follow the pattern of the hand because of the limb, right? So we... Yeah, not wanted by default, so unless I find something just to remember myself of this, then we got here. Yeah, but we're gonna go here on edit mode so you can find the bone. We're gonna change to here. Control V. And if it were the case, it's also chest, shoulder. This... Not sure this is... Probably should be this one. But it is probably not updated. Let's see what was... No, just copy location. So we don't want this. Better to delete. At this point, I think I understand enough what I'm doing, right? So now this will follow here, but we need also these controller things. So this setup, yeah, I'm gonna bring this Shift D. We're gonna call it rot foot left, and L we're gonna align it with this. Then we're gonna should it be like this or like this? I think it can be like this. It's weird, but that should work. So we're gonna parent it to, I think it's before, right? Yeah, so we have more structures here. I can't copy them from here, but same thing here, right? No big mystery. We gonna, maybe this is even not necessary, but we'll leave what we have for now. Better to have than not, because maybe sometime accidentally we can pick the wrong, we have the wrong auto equivalent. So what we have here is, okay, so this is the very interesting mechanism for pivoting, not pivoting, for ankle. It's an alternative way of doing ankle leverage, or yeah, ankle leverage literally. So this doesn't use, yeah, it will keyframe these bones, which will be bad if we want to reset them. Okay, we reset them. I need selection here because it's very bad to have to reset them. You see that I need to reset here and here. Okay, so I'm still figuring it out, but the fact is that this, in some sense, it's much better because we don't have to counter animation. Maybe I need a place to reposition this, some sort of, I need to understand a little better, but this is just auto IQ option, and we have this, it's not a circular arc perfectly, but for this, but it allows us to create some effect here indeed. Visual effect, right? So, and this, it can be better. Probably they are better than this, but this is actually very good when I found. Just need to make these bones easier to reset, maybe, because if we don't reset them, it might be annoying to get some. This is like the deformed bone. This is why it's stretching. I was testing. So here we have this behavior. It's same idea, right? We can rotate. We have this behavior, or this behavior, or we have this behavior. We have then this behavior. We can pick this, and we have this behavior, which is, why would one use? So it's a bit annoying to have this multi-selection for the toe, the foot and the toe, but you see, it's crazily versatile, right? You don't need a switch for this. You just need keyframing these bones, and they are control bones, the unique control bones for this, except for the ankle leverage, which have a few more. So, but it works. It's an alternative way. If I can find a better way to do this, then fine. But this is okay. So we need to reproduce this now, and so far this is good enough. So we're gonna bring. We're gonna make some changes here. So maybe by this pointing down can give some ideas. Yeah. So anyways, for now we want the. Okay, where's my foot bone here? Okay, it's here. So we're gonna bring this. We're gonna align it here already. We're gonna parent connected it there. We are gonna make this larger, then we're gonna make this even larger, and then all of this we're gonna select and parent it. No, not this one. We're gonna hide this. Gonna parent all of this to here. Parented connect. No. Okay, it's not like this. No, actually, just the first one connect here. There we go. Now the stack piles up properly. And now from here, we need to build the extension. This is already very bad, right? So we need to make some changes here. Okay, maybe this is not good for the ankle, right? So yeah, so this is annoying. So maybe it will be better to rotate this already towards the, yeah, I think it makes more sense, right? Because the foot goes, we can try different stuff, but okay, for now, then we're gonna pick just here. Gonna extrude. No, not extrude, this is bad. Okay, add a bone. Align here. I'll change this to stick. It's not exactly a control bone. It will be this one, right? Although we could use it as a control bone. Let's see. Can it substitute? No, not quite. So it's rotating some weird way. So we can't. We'll have to make more tests, but yeah, it seems to, yeah, it moves too much, right? Okay, what about this and this? Yeah, same thing. So apparently we cannot pose them this way. They are not good at this. Okay, anyways, there are different ways to do this. Last way I found was to do exactly this way. So this will be pointing down somewhere like here, like as if it were the ankle. It doesn't really, there are many things that would work here, but the idea is that, and here we got about this. So we're gonna put roll, yeah. Then we're gonna, yeah, names. Okay, then we got, so these are bones which change and we need to reset, so it's annoying. I'll use this color here for now. And okay, let's try, it doesn't matter. Here we're gonna do this. Now from here we can build just 2 bones, right? Then we need also this, and control toes. This is this one, right? So it's like we don't need this one, so be more a deformed bone. Yeah, so again, one of these, probably a stack of those ones as well. So to simplify here, well, we have an alignment bone here to work with. So we can just pick all this stack here, this and this. To be fair, this one I'm not sure what it is being used for, but we're gonna make it anyways, because if we don't make it now, it can be worse later. So let's already get these things now. So we're gonna get this here, place this, add the 3D cursor there, no, active, okay, Shift S7, keep offset, right? So they are all moving based on this one's head, okay. The active element, it needs to be the active in the selection. So we need to rename those things. So we're gonna call these toes. So instead of foot, toes, left to right. Then we have this for now. It's just these mechanism bones here. And now we got two. Yeah, there's nothing here, so it's just a control. We'll leave this anyways. If you have toes, yeah, because if you have toes here, multiple toes like the hand, I want to have actually, so we can build them like we did for the hand. So we need this system here, so this is good to have, and we'll have to make this more complicated, of course, but just as the hand, nothing too new here. If you go back, you can see how I did for the hands. It's pretty straightforward. And so here what we need, okay, we need to change this. We're gonna change the target, I think it's this one, and we need to build this for the bone constraint pose mode. So just a copy location here. Okay, and then reset, okay. So why this would be used for? Let's see, it doesn't... Oh, of course. It's for... It can pin the... Yeah, it's not very good now, but... It could pin the... We could use it to pin the... The foot toe. Yeah, we can use to pin the foot toes, of course. Yeah, we can... This is kind of funny, right? Okay, so... well, rotation didn't work. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's because we... Maybe because I cannot rotate this. Okay, let's try GR. Yeah, we got some disruption here. Probably too much of this, maybe. Let's try again. GR. Yeah, I'm not able to rotate GR, no. GR, no, I need this GR. Okay, we got something. So we need the control foot for some reason. Because it's in between, right? Yeah, we got some. This is more complicated. We're lacking a feature there, but it's probably solvable. I'll have to figure out different way to do this one. I suspect there should be a way, because I see there is a way that I found for all this already, so there's likely there are some variation here. I'm not sure it's because I picked this bone instead of... Could be many things, right? Okay, this I know. This is for this, right? So if I pick this, apparently it's we cannot do the, yeah, because then this will pin this end, and so we won't be able to move this. So it's like, okay, this works. Usually that's, but the rotation fails because maybe I need this bone to be able to, yeah. So but then when I validate, no, I was okay. So that was, we need to grab this bone because the auto I key doesn't allow, with the rotation, doesn't allow to pivot here. So the starting location of the, right? So if we do this and this, then GR, and we have enough lockers, then we reset. Yeah, it should be possible. Yeah, so here we have some problem. Probably I'm just missing some lockers here. Yeah, because I was using an auto IK length of 5. Should be at least, I don't know how many here. This should be protected. Let's try again. No, it's not working. One shouldn't enable the pinning, I guess. Let's also reset. Maybe we can do something better here. Okay, GR. Struggling with, yeah, so something there. Probably should create more of these ones. Yeah, this is incorrect actually. We need, okay, we're gonna get this we're gonna get this where it is, bendy bone. Okay, here we're gonna get this value here, there, and we also gonna change, it's all wrong here. Zero 0.001. We're gonna make more of this. So here we're gonna clear parent, grab this, normal, GY, then we're gonna pick this bone, Shift D, snap, Shift D, snap, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5, yeah, that's, wait, there's even, okay, terrible namings here. And 4, there we go. So here we can probably, yeah, let's do something here. Delete, resymmetrize these things. No, they are not ready. Keep offset. Keep off, no, stay connected, I mean. Connected, and this one is connect. So they seems to be ready. Yes, they are ready. Do they have locks? Okay, so they are messed up for some reason. Then we gonna lock. Okay, we're gonna do this like this, right? And now we can symmetrize, and then we can use this again, and now we can snap this to that, and parent this bone to the last one, connected. It's always dangerous. We don't spot properly. Maybe you have, no, that seems to have been fine. Is that, yeah, it seems the right parenting. All right, so now we got this ready. Let's reset these roles. We don't need this for now, although it's funny. B-bone maybe after we decide what to do with these ones. Why you have control toes? Okay, because this is not, this is main toes, right? Okay. We don't have a control foot. Yeah, we have some problems here. Okay, I get like a toe, big foot, big toe, yeah, like metacarpal. We don't have metacarpals here. We could have, but this could be more tricky. For now, let's just do this simplification. Even though it is not there, we accept. It's okay for now, because even the mesh is not rigged yet. It's not modeled for that purpose. So how we do the leverage thing, let's see. So far this, oh, this is the old one, right? Ah, yes, let's work on the waste of time, folks. But at least we test some things, so it's just gonna okay, I'm gonna bring just these two here for now. Align here. So what you can do is just parent these to, yeah, first. So instead of finger, thumb, we're gonna do toe, big. Okay, then we parent this connected to here. And there we go. That should be it for now. Now let's assess the this system here. Looks like we lost or we never had Time to make some collections here, right? So this one's first. Don't like the orientation of this, but for now we're gonna skip doing this development. Okay, we get this. Then we have these ones. We're gonna just batch some thing here. So Control Shift V, Control Shift V, and finally Control Shift V. There we go. And we're gonna make larger, especially the one for the ankle, and this one can be a bit smaller. This one also something like this. All right. So how this works? Well, leverage, we need the parenting, right? Apparently this is not parented yet, so just connected, and this is connected here. So what we do is that, okay, this controls that. Okay, then we got this, and so here we have a leverage system that if we have a actually if you have some sort of deform coming from this joint here, then we have a perfectly, well, except that, yeah, there's some offsetting here, but this is because of the bulk of these bones, right? But it's very, yeah, so we have, because this bone is not stretching. Apparently we got some problems there. These bones are not ready. So we're gonna select by color. I just want these bones here. No, okay, so you need to, this is a bit dangerous, but we're gonna lock everything here. Because if you lock something, apparently you can't reset it. So later on, I'm not sure. So here we're going to get inverse kinematics panel and make sure these are, yeah, so copy to selected everything. So and now we need to reset them from, you see, probably what's happened is that some bones here, they didn't reset because they got some, they got some locked. So this is something that is never told, but okay, now you can reset, and now we should be able to lock them. So this is very tricky. You don't know why your rig it doesn't reset. It's because of locked transforms, especially these ones on the transforms. Okay, so they were accidentally posed because they through auto IQ option, right? Okay, so you see that what we can do, nonetheless, we can disrupt the posing, the length here. The problem is I don't know how to make this leverage here work without maintaining the proportion. So although this arc is good, yeah, the foot, actually, yeah, the deformed foot is this one. Okay, so maybe that's the way to go. Yeah, so this bone could be straight, but it could also be here to match more the so this is very interesting, right? So that means that okay, what we could do here, this idea is very important. So what we could do is that, you see here I had this bone to match this inverted deformed foot. It's not a deformed bone here, it's just an example. So it's stretched, but because I've made this bone to, it doesn't stretch anything, so I just place it to the back. I still have the same behavior, and I have this maintenance here, so I can totally use this, but I need to just to adjust this position. So it's like making this can cause some trouble. If I invert here, I think this could be bad. This could cause some rig havoc. in the system. Yeah, so this is bad. So that's why I need to figure out another way, but let's move it down. So maybe this, or simply, okay, let's try here, like foot about here. I think it's not safe. So actually looks even better. Yeah. And that's okay if the foot is located here. It's not the best thing, but okay, there's another way to solve it. We could just have the... Yeah, but this is dangerous, right? If the... I don't know. Yeah, the problem is the position here. It's too close. It could cause some rig havoc. Yeah, and here you see, this is dangerous. So what I think is better is to indeed... We're gonna try to realign this position to this height here. Alright, then we have it here. Okay, so this should stop these issues, right? It's more stable now. And what we can do here is just a candidate of deform bone. Yeah, we can flip this. Let's reset these roles. Let's just parent this here. Keep offset. We're gonna make it like a deform foot left and parent it here. Yeah, and so gonna change its color, which is called the... Yeah, we're gonna use this base color here. Now for the... No, this is a different rig, so I'm gonna use this reset roll, and so here this deform foot would do... There you go. It shouldn't be like this actually. Why it is inverted? Doesn't need to be inverted. So reset row, parent here, keep offset, and there we go. So now we have the foot, and we have... So the deforms will be good except for this position. How to minimize this effect, right? Yeah, it's about posing. This distance is annoying, right? So let's try something here. Let's pick all these bones here and rotate normal. This is dangerous. Okay, so not sure that got any better, right? So folks, welcome to the future. Right? So welcome to ephemeral rigging, or in this case ephemeral rigging Blender is called auto IK option, one of the features that imagine if they improve this thing, right? Okay, so I think one thing that I need to do is try to approximate you see, if I parent this bone here and stretch it here, I'll have this constant, no, not constant, I'll have the displacement. Yeah, the mesh will be right, so it's not... It's tricky. And if this bone is not lengthy enough, I just won't be able to have this leverage system here. Before, yeah, let's try a few more tricks here. Let's exaggerate to see, maybe something good happens. No, not very good, right? So let's try to reduce this. Then, so this I think is how I had. No, I think I've tried this already. So here it's it gives some. So I said this is not for the back, the bit doing this. You just do this, right? It's not and same for this is a specific feature just for this. I say this is not very good because it's not bad, but we have some doesn't look very intuitive, right? Although it looks simpler, but you know, this is weird. It doesn't solve anything, right? In my understanding. So this may be for now the best. And then there is the question, right? What if we make this very small and about here? Yeah, so it is, if it's very small, we can't control very well there's less offset, but it's hard to control. You see, that's not good, right? So I'll leave it here for now. And maybe what I can do is play with the length of this bone. Wait. I'm getting confused about my shortcuts here. Okay, okay, looks like we have a mistake here. This looks like this bone is not parented. Or I was picking the wrong one. I'm not sure. It's connected. But why? Oh yeah, it's because, okay, we need to, it's not like this. What we need to do to make this is just need to GY these ones, like, yeah, so I'm gonna try this. And then we try this again. This is dangerous. Yeah, this is not good. It gets the inversion, right? So it's too close. Is not good. All right, so here I'm out of ideas, but another last thing. Let's point this back, downward, I mean. Maybe we're gonna see what this does. So add the bone, flip, reset, align everything here to, this will cause Rig Havoc, of course. Yeah, Rig Havoc. So we need to clear parent, do this, align. Now get this and hide. There's lots of steps just for this. Very annoying. Okay, so here we're gonna get this. Select that joint, get the bone, place it there, reset the roll, try to find, yeah, and connect it. There we go. So now what does it? Let's also make here a this root bone deserves a, so it's like a root. No, it's yeah, root, so I can use this and 2 or 3, I don't know, 3. That's fine, maybe a little bigger. Two, maybe. 1.5. Yeah, this sounds good. Okay, so now we got this again, let's see. Okay, I like this orientation. Looks more stable to me, but it's just right. So here the ankle leverage somewhat working. How to mitigate this? There's a, yeah, the idea is that we need to respect this distance, but if we lock these bones, they will not make the behavior. It's very clean, but it's just not perfect, right? But it will get, what will happen is just that there'll be some armature stuff that will be, yeah, this. I think a bone constraint will cause Rig Havoc here, like a limit distance. We could try, never tried limit distance. No, it's not limit distance. Yeah, it's limit distance, like I need to get this one limit distance. Oh, they already have limit distance by default since they don't stretch and squash. What they don't have is, yeah, I've tried to do a lot of things here and it fails. So usually it's better just like this. Okay, so for now, folks, I think I'm gonna maintain this as it is. So I'm gonna change this position to there. Reset these rolls. So here we can really see what the foot bone would look like, how it will offset. Yeah, it's... Wait, why is it going crazy? I forgot the parent. Yeah, I forgot the parent. So parent to this, maybe keep offset. And yeah, for this actually, so it would be better inverted, right? But it doesn't really matter, right? Oops, I might have accidentally inverted something else. Okay, so let's, don't need this. Okay, so here we're gonna flip again and we're gonna parent it here. Not sure this will gonna work. No, it might not work. Yeah, it doesn't work. We need to actually, yeah, it will be the stretch too. So but what I can do is, like, we can do this cheesy trick here. Gonna stretch to, okay, so here is, oh yeah, interesting, right? Now we can see clearly the distance. Okay, so what we can do is just stretch to here. We're gonna place this joint directly there. And then we're gonna, this is experimental, right? It's not, maybe not the best, but I think this is the closest, the best I can get now. Stretch to head main sheen, yes, but reset, and there we go. And there we go. So this is exactly it's very close to what I have, maybe a little better. And the main problem here is how we reset this contraption, because I cannot reset if I'm doing I key here. I cannot reset. I need to reset here first. Yeah, I need to reset the leg, but then the foot. Yeah, so I need to pick the whole leg. And then I need to reset this. Yeah, so this is the annoying thing. I couldn't find an easy way. If I want to exactly reset, right? Let's try reset here. Oh yeah, but it can also do this, right? See, it's good. The foot is flat. But if you pick this, now you have a different behavior, but we need to get these two to have this full. And you can do it even if we just pick, instead of this, we pick just the thigh. So, yeah. All right, so folks, this is, forgot to symmetrize some junk here. Let's resymmetrize a lot of stuff here. Do you have for the other hands? Yes, we have. Did I accidentally disrupted something here? I don't think so. So I don't remember. So I think I've symmetrized the... Oh yeah, I remember there's some bone constraints that maybe... No, they are equivalent, yes. So that's it, folks. We got this is the master. Oh, master. It's a puppeteering skeleton, which could. There's also this idea to have a upper torso. I'm gonna even build this now. Not now. I mean, I'm gonna do like some preparation here. So upper body and lower body, because I know this kind of things is advantageous, but I need to investigate further if they can work in this current skeleton here. Something here broke. No, it's not like this. It's here. I've changed the bone size, right? So, and here we symmetrize, and here we can... Yeah, whatever. This is for head pinning. See, the red bone there for the head is not moving. And if you want to pose the head, so this can do I key for the head without I key bone constraint, without switching. And if we grab both of them, we can sort of synchronize, and that is very, very good actually. So you have this will just we need to pick both if we want to synchronize our I key head with the torso. If not, we can just pose the head here. Just posing here won't help, so it's here. It's okay if they go upset, because the neck will still respond actually to that bone. But if you just pose it manually, you can just reset it. And well, no, here. Yeah, so now I think it's time to get this gizmo back, because apparently this sort of works. We're gonna override to the head here and get this and this, and that's it, the same values here. So now when we rotate the this, it will pivot with the base of the head. I'm not sure exactly this is, because here I'm grabbing, I'm not rotating. But maybe for this rotation it might be advantageous. Here it's too lengthy, but then we have this problem with the legs, but we can improve it by grabbing this. And I have a different behavior, pit pinning, right? So it's cool because I can manipulate the legs in certain ways, right? And we can also do more stuff with that. It's a bit more realistic. First of all, it's more dynamic, right? Because that's it. One problem of 3D animation is that everything you have to pose manually. So, okay, so here I see one of the problems. I'm not being able to get a rotation here. Yeah, so here, this is one thing that I need to arrange. Otherwise, okay, we also have some problems here. I don't know how yet to make the full F key for the, because this is important, right? Need to be able to grab the bones and making them respond. Otherwise, we have a lot of problems, right? So also the head is, maybe there's no solution for this in the end, but like here looks like, okay, so see, there's a behavior that in other rigs you need to switch. Here no switch. For certain fish like this, you can grab. This bone is working more like a bone like this one, right? Yeah, now that I see, because you can do this. Yeah, so here is an important fundamental behavior. Now I know we can solve it. But then we have to pick. So there is an alternative way of doing this, which is that we can have selection sets for those features. So all these F key bones, but it's not working yet. I need to find, this is why I need to do something. Why the legs don't, why do arms work and not the legs work? I believe it's because of the bone constraint here. Yeah, because the shoulder has a follow-up here of rotation, while these legs don't. So this is critical because I need a version here. What's in this scene? Okay, this is an older file. Don't care about looking at this. Okay, I have this somewhere else, so I'm gonna just, so this is the CrazyRig. Then we're gonna make CrazyRig testing hip. Yeah, so this is fundamental. I don't know if I will be able to find a good, because I'll gain one feature and lose another maybe, and both are very cool, but I think it's possible to do something about this. Probably these torso bones will come in handy, but yeah, I think now I've been doing this for too long. So thanks for watching, folks. Take care, happy Blender, see you another time. I'm gonna make this rig available, or I'm thinking yet how, but at least here we know how to build build it from scratch. See ya, have a nice week.